Alright, let's get started. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well tonight. So yeah, today we're continuing off improving the sprint functionality. So what we want to do is add in the drag and drop functionality. So yeah, let's go in, let's do this, let's scroll down and let's just click on this. I'm going to say that looks like a little nice delay. Alright. So, what we're going to do is, oops, drop my pen, clearly, is we're going to add in some restrictions. So restriction 1 is requirement items cannot be dragged. Projects can only be dragged to requirement items or parent or root level. And tasks can be dragged anywhere. Alright. Now, we need to figure out how to do this. We do have a bug in place, which we do kind of want to fix, which will help us with this. So currently read-only users can drag and drop documentation, which is not what we want. So what we want to do is first figure out how we can stop this drag and drop functionality. So and we've hit our first ads for tonight. So yeah, those on YouTube. We run ads on Twitch every half an hour so people don't get pre-rolled ads. So yeah. And we have Socks here at the moment. She just wants cuddles. At least I'm hoping she just wants cuddles. So yeah. Yes, what are you doing with the microphone? Oh, sorry, a bit of yawn. Oh. I stayed up way too late last night playing Metaphor, so that was not the smartest thing I could do. Alright, are you gonna jump on my shoulder? Yes, you are. Alright, there you go. Give me those back rubs. Yeah. Like, yeah. Alright. Yeah, hey sweetie. Yeah, alright. Is ad time over? Let's have a look. Oh, 20 more seconds. Alright, there you go, Socks. You've got 20 more seconds of highlights. So, no? No. Aw, sweetie. Aww. Love you too. Alright. Oh. And ads are over. Welcome back, everyone. Let's jump straight into it. So, that's not the page we want it on. What we want to do is we want to actually stop any of this drag ability. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to cd. I'm going to npm run watch. And what I want to do is I'm just closing all those tabs, but I want to run debug mode. Alright, cool. Coming over here, we'll just go localhost. Okay. What we want to do is, I've absolutely lost what, we want to go into here, we want to scroll down, we want to go documents, And so when you click on this, you can drag it. Now you can do that with anything really. It gives you that sort of onion skin sort of thing going on. What we want to really do is we want to check to make sure, can the user do that? So it's going to be a simple if statement. So sucks. Yeah. So going into here, we're going to minimize everything. We're going to open up NearBeach. We're going to open up our source, our JavaScript, our components. We're going to go and open up our documents our document section. So that's under modules. So modules, submodules, and then we want documents module. So if we zoom all the way up to the top, you can see up here that we've got the drag over, fold, drag, leave, and all that kind of stuff, which we kind of want to implement. Now, if we go over here again, I'm going to show you a little secret to this bug. We know that read-only users won't be able to do any of this. So it's anything with a 0 or a 1. And in here, we actually have the user level. So I'm going to right hand click, I'm going to go and open up in read only. I'm going to go to a project. Now this project doesn't have any documents in it. We'll make a change of that very, very quickly. So we'll log in as this admin user. We'll go create a folder, simple folder like so, and we'll upload a document very quickly. Now that failed because I don't have my Minio running. Easy done. We fixed that. That's not a problem. And if we hit reload, it's right there. All right, so going with this, what we want to do is we want to handle the drag over event. So we're going to go to implementation. So we've got the prevent default. We always want that. If user is only read, if user is read only, do nothing. All right, as easy as that. So if this dot user level is less than or equal to 1, return. Easy done. Now that's drag over folder. That's drag folder start. We're gonna have to do all of these drag events. So drag folder start. We want to paste that in. If the user's read only, we're not doing anything. Drag folder leave. If the user doesn't have permissions, we don't want it. Drag folder start. Yep. Once again, we've got to do that. Drag over folder. Yep, we do that. Here, we do that. Easy done. And then I'm just waiting for the compiler to do its thing. It won't take too long. Famous last words. And I'm just going to refresh. So there we go. That's it. Now it'll still have this onion skin. So for example, we can actually drag this down to here. Yeah. If we actually do it on this, it actually interacts with it. So it does actually say, hey, you can drag that into there, but nothing happens. So that's a very minor bug, which I'm not going to worry about. So yeah, that is how we're going to do that. So what I want to do, go into here, we've done this. I'm going to go that, and we're going to remove static. We're going to go git status. We should have, yep, one file, git add, git commit. Bug fix. Paste it in like this. And click a git push. Easy done. Alright, so that one is certainly sorted. So we can potentially use this check before we do any sort of manipulation of the data or anything like that. And if they don't work, then yeah, we just cartwheel out. Anyway, I'm just double checking. Yep, the sound's looking fine. There's one day I didn't check the sound, so Good thing I double checked. All right, now we're going to say that's ready for retesting. We're not going to worry about the uploading test files. We're going to deal with the sprint one now. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to open up this. I'm going to close this. I'm going to file sprints. I think it's number 8 that we're working with. One thing I do want to change, and I had to think about these colors. These particular colors here. I'm not liking them. I'm going to change them back to green. But have different shades of them. So, yeah, it's just... in a concept, it's good to have them different, but having different colors kind of makes it feel like these are different, completely different things, and they're not grouped up. So, what we want to do is we want to go into our themes. We want to open up light and dark theme. It's just these colors down here. So what I want to do is I want to copy this. I'm going to paste them over. And then what I want to do is this one, I'm going to make slightly darker. And this one, I'm going to make slightly lighter. Like so. And then I'm just going to copy all 3. We're going to go over here. I'm going to paste them into there and just do that, and we're fine with that. Now I'm just gonna wait for npm run watch. Now we're just gonna wait for a little bit longer. Not a little problem. Okay, and if I hit refresh, there you go. So they're slightly different colors. We could tweak them just that tiny bit more, and I'm gonna say yes to that tiny bit more. Just gotta wait. Sorry, doing anything with the SAS actually takes quite a while. It takes over 10 seconds to do its thing. There we go, I like that. So once again, we're going to yank those 3 lines. We're going to go into light theme. We're just going to paste them down at the bottom. We're going to delete these top 3 lines, and we're going to call that a day. And we're happy with that. I'm not even going to let that compile completely. I'm going to ignore that, and then I'm going to remove static. I'm going to git status, git add, git commit. Tweak to the color scheme around the bars for the get chart. Alright, so that is done. Now I'm gonna... And hey, Taku, how are you going? Hopefully you're going well. So welcome back. We've just made a couple of changes. Minor changes. So I've just changed the colors for these. Yes, I did have it crash just before. So I think it was working perfectly fine yesterday. And I had it on for quite a while. And then before I just opened it up because I was doing some things on it and stuff like that, I had everything sort of opened up and then it stopped working. And I don't know if it's OBS or if it's anything else. So I probably should do a massive update soon. So there's OBS that probably needs updating. There's probably the JetBrains toolset that needs updating. Usually the OS and all that kind of stuff I keep up to date anyway. So yeah, a bit weird. That's only happened on, and I've got 2 separate accounts. I've got my personal account and then I've got NearBeach's streaming account on this computer. So yeah. a bit weird. All right, we want to go to sprint 8. And now we want to implement the drag drop functionality. So probably, I would probably want to implement it using something we can grab onto. Seems very good. Well, yes it is. I actually haven't looked for the next couple of days. I know I had to water my garden last night. So yeah, it's been 26 today. It's definitely been warm. It's going to be 20s. Friday's going to be the hot day. It's the weekend that's going to be really hot. All right, cool. So New Year's is going to be okay. And then I'm streaming again on Wednesday and Friday. Friday's going to be a scorcher. So, there's a reason why I jumped into here. Yeah, I'm thinking of adding in a handle for the drag and drop. Just because if someone were to come into here, they might want to highlight this text or something like that. I'm just making... Yeah, I don't know why someone can't highlight that text. There's a drag and drop thingy on that whole entire thing, isn't there? Alright. So the idea is, if someone were to move this, it doesn't leave the thing when you do that. And it might be an idea that I change that. It will be very hot. Yes, it will be. And yes, Socks is here. She's patiently waiting for treats. There is the treat redeem. Oops, her tail's in the way. So this little thing works perfectly fine. It doesn't leave when we go over here, but it might be an idea of removing it from over here because currently we can't select any of that text or anything like that. And we kind of want to add in something where we can move something over there. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to bump the microphone. Kanban icons. Alright, so we're just going into Carbon. We're just having a look at moving stuff. Oh, the drag vertical might be nice. I think either that or the move button would be nice. I think we've got this movement one already. But yeah, the drag vertical seems nice because it implies that you can move it up and down. And I like that. Okay. I want to implement that, but first I've got to de-implement this having that. The idea being, oh, it's over the whole thing, isn't it? Because that's where we wanted it. So, if I inspect this whole thing has a move event on it. And the reason being is if someone grabs this and they're a little wonky and they start traveling down here, we still want them to have the ability to move this. We're trying to make it as easy as possible. If we, for example, grab this and move outside of it, it will stop moving. And the same thing is if they go over here. So I don't know if because that's why when we go over here we can't select any of this text. If we move the docker to the left, add a console. Let's so yeah, it's on here that we've got the wrong one. So it's here where we've got the mouse up, mouse leave, and mouse move. But those are so the mouse move, which will be print default if it is parent closed, return. Yeah, all right. So we'll have a competing mouse move event, in which case this then becomes, all right, cool, what am I grabbing? Am I grabbing this or am I grabbing that? So if I just put in a console log here, console log event, like so. We've got to wait for it to compile. It won't take too long. There we go. Oh, another thing I want to... Just want to check on my system very quickly. I mean, it's good. This is running. This is all running. Before, when it crashed, I hit the power button and it did cycle down on the second. So it looks like there is a problem with something's causing all the in outputs to lock up. Alright, what was I doing? I was going to refresh and I was going to go console. So we've got a mouse move on this automatically, so it's already doing something, and we've got a target and we're quite happy with this. So the idea is if we click on any of this and drag it, that's if I click on this and drag it, it's the bar middle. Okay. Ooh. All right, so going with this, we do have a problem. The problem is, yeah, we do need to actually have something that houses all of this for this mouse movement. We just need to make sure, are we moving this or are we moving that? So if we go to the implementation, this dot is parent closed. If that's true, then we return, we don't do anything. Const media hover matches. Yeah, and so we are calculating the delta from up here. I remember doing all of this, but yeah. I don't want to break any of this because we spend a lot of time, you know, getting it to work. All right. Ooh. At least those work. Okay, we need that onion skin too. So if I go back to here, we still do have that onion skin. Yeah, it's just not here. Ooh, I don't know why I wrote it so much. Alright. Time to stand up. Okay. Let's reread my code. Let's figure out what I'm doing with the mouse move. All right, so we're gonna get out of that. So by default, it always prevents default. All right, if closed, do nothing. So is parent closed, do nothing. So that's just checking to see, hey, is the sprint closed? If the sprint's closed, don't do anything. It's that simple. Make sure that not on a touch device, so that's just making sure not on a touch device. Otherwise, simple hand gestures will cause problems, and I should put that into the context here. Simple hand gestures will cause unwanted results. AKA bars moving around. All right, so yeah, make sure the mouse is down. So mouse down equals true. All right, cool. So if it isn't, make sure the mouse is down. If it isn't, then we don't want anything to move. All right. Deal with the mouse movement. So client X equals, all right, cool. That's just getting client X, and then the delta is math floor. We're essentially grabbing client X minus the MD initial divided by 2. All right, sweet. And then yeah, I think it does all the calculations. In these particular things. So MD column is literally saying which column it is. We can hijack this. So the mouse down column, if I move this to the right, so you'll see that there is something here, there's a middle section and something on the right. So there's 3 columns to that particular bar. And what we're doing is we've been like, all right, which column are you grabbing? Now we can hijack that and be like, all right, cool, the column could actually be the move row. So instead of end, middle, start, we can have one in here called case row. And then this update row, we'll need a different sort of, we won't have it, we'll figure out what we need in there. So yeah, we could potentially do something like that. Now the one problem is empty column, it doesn't make sense anymore as a name. So yeah, that might be one of those things that we have to refactor to a better named variable. So mouse down location would be a better response. And then if we mouse down anywhere else out of those, it just breaks. It doesn't do anything. It'll calculate the delta. but that's perfectly fine. I don't want to take too long to actually calculate. And then it's just the mousing down. Functionality. It could be a case where we're not actually worried about. I'm probably overthinking stuff at the moment. Alright. So, when we mouse down on stuff, very much like how we do with the documentations, we kind of want a onion skin. I just got to figure that out. So JavaScript mouse down onion skin for parent of parent. This is for a mouse down on parent, but let click to pass to children. I have a div that listens for the mouse down event. The div has some child buttons absolutely positioned. Alright. I think there's something called event propagate or something like that. Ooh, cheers. Thank you very much. Men Joe. JavaScript event propagate. Hang on, I can't spell. Propagation. Event propagation. Movement of events through the DOM. Alright. JavaScript uses event propagation to handle how events travel through the document object model when an event occurs and reaches the target element, triggering further action based on event. Alright, cool. Cheers, thank you. So what I kind of want to do is if I want to add a move icon, and when I click on that move icon, have the whole row as the onion's skin. And that's kind of what I want to do. Alright. Oh, and we've just reached ads on Twitch. So yeah, those on YouTube, I run ads on Twitch every half an hour so people don't get ads when they join the stream. So yeah, they go for an hour and a half. We usually sit here solving Rubik's Cubes or patting socks. So there is Socks. She's my little helper here. Yeah. How's everyone going? Hopefully you're going well. There are some people on Twitch that don't have ads. So yeah. Yeah, anyway, let's quickly just solve this. So we're going to go for the green. And opposite green would be the blues. Alright, you're going blue and blue and blue, blue, blue. Alright, there's the orange. I should. The yellow's going to go over there. Alright, and I'm just checking on the ads at the moment. 12 more seconds. Alright, cool. I don't think I can get any more. Oh, I can get this one little block in. Alright, cool. And everyone should be back. Welcome back, everyone. Alright. So the design is simple. We develop a structure with HTML and CSS. As for the interactions, we click a handler to the card, which opens the user details and user handle. All right, cool. Okay, document HTML body div button. Event propagation. Okay, cool. I'm also working on self-host able cloud storage like project. Use Nextcloud, but thought I should make a better UI. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Okay. Cloud storage like project. Ooh, will it be like structured like S3 or other blob storage, or yeah, no, that's actually quite interesting. So I don't think I'm good enough for that. So yeah. All right. Getting back into this. So I am just wondering. So yeah, what I want to do is when I move it, have it like that. I'm just going to view this code, see how they've got it set up and so forth like that. So they've got the view draggable, they've got a list, draggable list items and all that kind of stuff in there. They've got the icon there. But yeah, I think it doesn't move on anything. Oh no. Oh no, no it doesn't. At least I think it's an onion skin. It's called onion skin. I might be wrong. I might be really, really wrong. No, drag and drop. I want. No, alright. I'm gonna have to think about the wording, but in the meantime, what I can actually implement is I can implement the button itself. So let's do that. Let's go into here. I am going to say I like the drag vertical. Sorry. So we're going to go over here. We're going to minimize everything. We're going to open up NearBeach. We're going to open up source, JavaScript. We're going to open up our composables. Remember, it's not in composables. And forget, there it is, icons. We're gonna copy this and we're gonna paste it in. It's not called arrow up, we're gonna call it the same as over here, drag vertical. Hopefully I got that spelled right. Gonna add it in, we're gonna do a new line, we're gonna paste in our, who's just gonna do that? We're cheating. All right. Oops, sorry, socks. I didn't mean to nearly poke you in the face. So we don't need that. What we need is class equals icon. Definitely don't need an. Actually, no, we don't need that one. So I'm trying to copy how we've done it other times too. So we've got it like that. I don't think we need style or defs. We definitely don't need that. We do probably need polygon. stuff like that. Are you creating a reorder using drag? Kinda, yeah. Not quite. Yes, but no. So the idea is, if you have a look at all of these, we've got requirements, we've got projects, and then we've got tasks. I might want to move this task from over underneath this project and move it under this particular project under here. So reordering, kinda. It will automatically, we want to move it from there to another sort of parent, so, and then it automatically reorders depending on the start date and stuff like that. So, yeah. Hopefully that made sense. We do have drag and drop as sort of, well, dragging abilities into here already. Now to get these to work, so that way if someone has, let's say, like I'm doing right now, not the straightest sort of drag ability, we do allow some leeway, and to do that we've got an event on all of this. And what I need to do is find a way to sort of still allow that event to actually happen whilst also now allowing this extra event to happen. So, yeah. And that's what we're figuring out today. So I'm just going to get the icon in there so we can start playing with the icon. Now, polygon points. That one looks like it's a new one. That one looks like it's a new one. Now, just double checking this code. So we've got an SVG view box and all that kind of stuff. We've got our defs we don't need. We've got our title. We do have a polygon. We've got a secondary polygon. We do actually have a rectangle. And we do have, alright, 32, 32. Alright, cool. So yeah, I just got to edit this slightly. No problem. Transparent rectangle. Okay. So, going up here, we've got the span, we've got this, it would definitely have that. And then what I want to do is I want vbind width equals width, and vbind height equals height, because we're implementing this into VueJS. If you're managing state in render the whole component while changing state, ignore the word hate. Oh, fair enough. If you're managing state in render the whole component while changing state, managing state. Yep. So I am managing the state. I've got Vuex as a sort of little thing where I can got all the CRUD up there. And that way, what will actually happen with the drag and drop is when I drop it, I'll just send up, hey, I'm just moving this one little tiny thing up. Can you handle the calculations and stuff like that? And hopefully it will be able to do that. So we've already got something similar happening here. So this particular task QA team and task QA team, they're actually the same object. So that's the same task, it's just under two different parents, which we've designed the system so you can actually do that. So when you actually change one, you change both of them at the same time. So yeah, we are managing the state that way. Alright, cool. So defs, I definitely don't need those. We'll keep that simple. We'll get rid of that. So we'll have all of that. That should be fine. And then we've got the end of the SVG there. Alright, cool. I'm gonna get rid of that. And get rid of that. Okay. Triggering the state change and drag it. Yes, yep. So yeah, I've just got to figure things out, how I want to actually tackle it and stuff like that, and not patch it in. So one of the problems, this is a very minute sort of thing, but it's one of those minute things that sort of add up over time. The MD column. Now, originally, the reason why I named it MD column is mouse down column. The idea is this bar here is made up of 3 columns: the start, the middle, and the end. Now, the middle takes up the vast majority of it, and the start and end take up about 10 pixels, I think, or something like that. And if I click on the end, I've got a case where it's like, all right, cool. If it's just the end, we're just handling moving the start date. If I click on the start, we're just handling the start date. If I click on the end, we're handling just the start date. If it's the middle, we're handling both. Now, that makes sense, the MD column, in that sort of context. However, if I start adding in a move button over here, ignore shoulder face popping up. If I add in a move column over here, a move thing over here, it isn't part of that column, so I'll need to rename that. I've come across code where something used to make sense, and then people added onto it, and it's slowly made less and less sense as time has gone on. I'm trying to stop that happening here, whilst also figuring out an elegant solution to this. I think we could potentially do this perfectly fine. We won't need to pass through the delta because the delta is dealing with the delta along the x-axis. In this sort of case, what we've got to do is, I think, nothing there. I think we just have a MD column of nothing. We have the move thing. If I could get the onion skin to work and we hover over the right thing, we could potentially... Yeah, I've just got to figure it out. There's a lot of... I would do this if this worked at this moment. So, yeah. Anyway, getting back into this, we've now got this. I'm happy with this. This won't be called this. This will actually be called drag vertical. Did I spell vertical wrong? Most likely, highly likely. I wouldn't put it past me at all. Vert ical. Vert I. Yeah, I did. I wrote vertical instead of vertical. Spilling. Alright. So. Okay, so I've got that. Let's shove the icon in now. So we've got our Gantt chart. This goes down several rows. We've got our Gantt chart. Excuse me whilst I open up everything. We'll have our Gantt group and then our Gantt row. Right, so we want to put it into here. So in here, we've got the confirm removal. Then we've got the description. And alright, we're going to get rid of this. Oh, actually, give me a couple of seconds. Span style equals margin right 10 pixels. Whoops. And then we want carbon drag vertical. Alright, so at the moment we're just going to do that. We will probably handle a on click, but I very much doubt it. Now that I said that out loud, I doubt that I'm handling the on click. So we've got this. Oh, everything's just horrible colored. Oh yeah. And I can't drag that at the moment. Okay, that pulled everything in. We are building, yep. Alright, it could be because Where's that carbon drag variable? Now, if we actually have a look at the code here, we do have style CLS1 fill none. Class CLS. Ooh. And thank you very much, Tech Jonas, for the follow. Yeah, thank you. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Alright, class CLS1. Alright, and then we got fill equals none. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put that back in. No problem. It'll take 2 seconds. Now, I am going to break it down like this. Just because there's a lot more readable. That's all. And I'm gonna also do like that. So at a glance, someone can be like, alright, cool, yep, this is all sweet. I'm just gonna close that, discard, yep, we don't need to worry about that. Let's hit refresh. Did it build? Oh, build with 1 error. Oh, alright. Alright, yep, not a problem. We're just gonna do this. Alright. And then we've got a style down here, which is... We're going to have transparent rectangle. I'm just going to copy that because I spelled terribly. We're just going to go like this. We're just going to paste it in, and we're going to work around socks. And then we've got fill equals none. Yep, fill equals none. And then we go up here. We're just going to do that. We're just going to hit enter for a second. And then we're going to wait for it to, yep, build. There we go. Yeah. Alright. So we got that now. Now I need to go JavaScript drag overlay change. Alright. How does one set the position of an element when the drags an element, an image? I like to have more synchronicity. I see that my mouse move handler is being called. However, I can get not... Alright, cool. It's not what I want. Alright, I hate using that. JavaScript mouse move onion skin. I'm going to do this. Alright. What in web development, when I move an object like an image, there is an onion skin. What is this called in web development, and how do I modify it? Alright, cool. In web development, the term onion skin typically refers to the visual effects used in animations where previous and or the next frames of an animation are shown, faintly behind the current frame. This effect, yeah, alright, cool. However, if you're referencing the visual representation of an object being moved, like an image, in web development context, you might... Ghost! Or drag preview. That's what I'm... Alright, cool. JavaScript edit the ghost, drag and drop. All right. No, we don't want to style the ghost. We want to yep, all right, cool. Draggle, true. That's kind of what we're getting for. Equals this.clone node. All right. Set dragged image. All right, sweet. We're getting there. We are getting there. All right, cool. So we want to go back here. So when we move these, we actually want to set something. So we do kind of want to actually handle that. Now I'm just thinking there's a bunch of things which we can do on that. First things first, let's go into here. I'm happy with that at the moment. I might, hang on. Might just edit this, sorry. Just because I don't want it black forever. Path. Okay, fill equals current color. All right, easy done. Let's figure this out. There we go. That's what I wanted. So I'll get rid of this because we don't need it. Cool. So what now we want? What we want to do now is when we click on this, we want to flag it being like, hey, this is the thing we're clicking on. And then when we move it up and down, we want that sort of information, the parent, to be that ghost image. So it's not an onion skin, it's a ghost image or drag image. Or drag preview, I should say. And then to modify it, yeah, we set up the event and then we just go set drag image. Cool. So I'm going to follow this particular one. All right. And then we've got it as control. So var control equals this clone node. True. All right, cool. So what we actually want to do is we want the parent node, but that's not a problem. Let's go into up here. So we've got this event. And then we've got this drag. I'm just thinking this works fine being here. Yeah, it works fine because if someone clicks on this accidentally, this pops up and you just go and it disappears. All right, so on here we want to do this like this. We want to do v on drag start equals drag start. Oh, we already have I'm trying to figure out. On drag start. Should we call it on drag start? Yep. Actually, no. Drag start row, and then we pass through the event in here. So I'm just going to have a console log. Event. I'm making sure I get rid of all other console logs. All right, we've only got one. Sweet. So going up here, we want the drag start row and pass through the event. All right, so going back over here, we're just waiting for a little while. We're going to hit refresh. So I am just going to move this to the left so you guys can see the console. So if I click on this, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening at all. I think it's because this is covered completely. In which case, yes, I do want to deal with this propagation. This phase that the event handles, execute JavaScript association handlers with the order of the, yep, alright, cool. So I'm just a little worried that because we've got something over the top of everything, we're not actually hitting this. So what I want to do, v on drag leave equals drag start row. We're adding everything in we can at the moment. We've got drag end. Alright, cool. So we're making sure I'm compiling. Yep, we are. We're just going to hit refresh. Make sure we're deleting all that old cache. We want to go to the console and we want to you know what I did? Put it in the wrong thing. I put it in the props. We need our methods. So we've got a mouse down event. Update mouse down, and we could. Alright, we're back to ad time. For those on YouTube, yeah, we're running ads every half an hour on Twitch, so people who join on Twitch won't get ads when they suddenly join the channel. So, yeah. You guys don't get ads, so, and either do a couple of people on the Twitch side of things. So, yeah. Alright, let's continue with this cube. We do this so no one misses out on any content. So, yeah. Alright. Going to do that very, very quickly, and then we're just going to do this, and we're just do this, and then we've got this, and then we've got brown and green up there. All right, so okay, and then we do something like this, and then I think the ads are almost finished. Yep, 5 seconds. Alright, cool, and welcome back everyone. Alright, let's get back into it. So, We do have a mouse down event. I am just going to go console log event. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go all the way up here. And I'm just going to delete this. What I'm wanting to do is I want to see if we do have mouse down up here. And I'm just wondering if I can hijack that. If I can hijack that, that's great, because then it'll be one location where I'm editing all of this. So if I mouse down, boom. We've got a target, we've got all that kind of stuff. We're updating the Vuex. Now what I'll need to do is, in the Vuex, I'll need to make a couple of calls on how I'm gonna keep things named and all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, anyway, sorry, I'm just getting distracted with this cube. Alright. I am going to get the headlights with this. Yeah, I am. Alright, cool. I'm going to put that down. Alright, so, first things first. Let's jump over here. Let's close this. Let's be like, yeah, the view tools are there. View. And then, yeah, the Vuex won't be there. And then we have to edit this. And then there's the Vuex. We're like, yay, mouse down. We've got nothing. So if I click on this, you'll notice, like, is mouse down true? We're talking about the MD client initial and all that kind of stuff. If I move this around, it will eventually go off to false. That's perfectly fine. If I do this over here, this is all the initial sort of stuff. Everything's been calculated on the fly. And then when I take it off, if I click on this, we've got MD column undefined and MD status undefined. Now that might work for us. Because yeah, might work. I might want to change that MD column to object. We've got the start, we've got the end, we've got the middle, and then we'll have the row move or vertical move. Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. And then if we move this up and down, I don't know if we're getting any console logs. Oh, we're getting mouse down, but we're not getting any errors or anything like that. That's good. We can move this eye around. It's just I can't do that with this. So what I'm going to do, don't know why that one's moving around and that one's not. Maybe because it's an anchor tag. But I'm going to do this. We're just going to put it in. We're going to go console log event. Alright, and then we're just going to make it compile. Easy done. Perfect. Then what we need to do is go into here, hit refresh. We're not getting it to drag correctly. Will the trash can drag? No, but the eye drags. I'm just wondering. Alright, what I'm going to do. This shrimp drag perfectly fine. We have on the Gantt information, we have this one, the Gantt chart. So the mouse leave, mouse move. I'm gonna handle this. I'm gonna go, all right, go to the implementation, prevent default. We're gonna put in temp code in here and end temp code. I'm gonna see if I can pick it up. So if this dot, ooh, I don't have access to that particular thing. If this dot md column equals undefined console log event. All right, we're just going to do that. We're going to experiment. Let's go and experiment with stuff. So I am going to refresh everything. Everything should be. Oh, we've got 3 errors. There we go. Sorry, we just had to wait a little while. So if I hold down this is working. Yeah, it is sucks. You can't tell me it isn't working. We just saw it on the screen working. If I do that, but so we want MD column. All right. So what I need to do is a couple of things. I need to get that ghost to work. I think that's going to be the first thing I want to try. The next thing I want to do is essentially get trying to think the movement to register, to be like, all right, cool, this is registering this. Then once we've done that, then we can get everything else to sort of work. So once the movement is registered, we can move over stuff and get that to be like, all right, cool, that does belong in here. Let's write a function to handle it. That does to go into here. Let's write a function to handle that. So yeah, let's gonna delete that for the moment. Oh. All right, so we're happy with that. We're happy with that. So again, this particular one, on mouse down, we've got an event. Yep. All right. Cool. This dot user level is less than or equal to 1. Don't do anything. Yep. We understand that. Then it commits what we're clicking on. So that will actually have the event target dataset column. In this sort of case, how often do we say empty column? We don't say it often, but we already do have empty object, object type, and stuff like that. Ah, this is annoying. All right. We could potentially keep using column. All right, so down here, what we want to do is we want to implement a very similar thing. So we want data vs title. No, we don't want. So I'm just going down here. Render bar. Where am I getting this information from? Data column. Alright, so it's just data column. V on mouse down. Alright, cool. Let's do that. Let's jump into here. So we got drag. Yep, alright, cool. We want to go up here. We just want to paste that in, so we're getting rid of that from there. So we're going to be like that. We handle it at this level. And we're like, alright, cool. Data column, start. Easy done. 2 mine sucks. Thank you. Go. Alright. Alright. We're going to refresh. Going to hit our console. Alright, the mouse down. Empty column. Yeah, it needs to be. Alright. Alright. Equals not applicable. Vertical move. Alright. I'm gonna put vertical move just in there. Gotta wait a couple of seconds, then we're gonna hit refresh. And then when we move this, still undefined, which is really annoying. And then I've clicked on the eye icon. Alright, gonna have a data column equals start, empty move. Alright, and then I've got the mouse down on there. Alright, cool. Let's go over here. Let's hit refresh. Let's go console. I'm just gonna click on this, and we've got target down, SVG, buttons. Alright, this is gonna be a little bit harder than I thought. Now, what we could potentially do is we could potentially have another function that goes, alright, cool, we're clicking on this particular event. We're going to check to see if this is an SVG. If it is an SVG, alright, cool, we've got to go to the parent. So if I actually click on this target, let's set as global variable, and I'm like, alright, cool. Dot. So what we would need is, for example, target.tagname equals SVG. Then we'll need temp0 dot parent target dot parent element, which will be that span, like so. In which case we'll need to implement a handler, which will be that middleman type of thing. So handle move button press, vertical move button press. And yeah, I think that would be it. Polygon. Alright, so there might be a polygon in there too, which will be annoying. Alright, so if I do something like that, bear with me. Let that compile. I'm going to hit refresh. So if I click on the very, very edge. Alright, that's an SVG, that's a target polygon. Alright, cool. Alright, let's build in a handler. vertical move. All right. D, E, F, G, H. All right, user has clicked on the vertical move button. We will need to determine if the user clicked on the SVG, polygon, etc. and adjust the event handle accordingly. All right, cool. So we want const target equals event dot target. Actually, it's not needed. Switch event dot target dot tag underscore name case where it is SVG. So we want event dot target equals event dot target dot parent. And then we want to break. Then the other one we want to do is case polygon. Then we want event dot target equals event dot target dot parent dot parent. And then default break. All right, we're happy with that. And then it will call the this dot mouse down event, like so. That's it. This is just handling that. And what we could do is we could add in our ghost feature into here. But first, let's see if that's going to work. So if I click on this, mouse down, target SVG. Ooh, did I not update something? I did not update something, did I? No, I was meant to go into here. I'm just going to go console log handle vertical move. It might be because I can't mutate that. Mutated event. I might not be able to mutate the event. So let's wait for this to succeed. It should have. Yeah, it's definitely. All right, so click on this. We can see the mutated event is target SVG. All right. What I'm going to do is the initial event up here. Easy done. Wait a couple of seconds. Be like refresh, and hit this. So we got it as a polygon. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to store as global variable. And I'm just going to go temp0 dot target dot parent element. It might have to be that, and I've just gotten something wrong. All right. Easy done. So we go into here. Yeah, I've just got something wrong. Yeah. Yeah, I've just got something wrong. Easy done. So now we wait a little while. We're going to hit refresh, and I'm just going to click on this. We've still got SVG. All right. Store as a global variable. svg.target.tag name is SVG. should be that. Is SVG and then polygon. Okay, I'm going to hit refresh. So if I click on, that's perfectly fine. Target SVG. So we're stating that as a global variable. Dot target dot parent element dot parent element. So we've got to do 2 parent elements. Setting getter only, property target. Yeah. Okay. Not a problem. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to comment that out. I'm just going to refresh. Oh, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to let local event equal event. Now, the reason why I've got an underscore here is to tell people that, hey, this is local, as in like only in here. And that will be local event. Like so. Alright, so I'm just going to wait a couple of seconds, going to hit refresh, we're going to hit this, we're going to realize that, ooh, get it only for, okay. Alright, cool. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. So we're defining the target. And then target, tag name. All right, and then we're looking at this. And then from there, we're, depending what it is we just update that particular target. Hey, if it's a polygon, make sure we're getting its parent, parent, parent. If it's a SVG, we're getting its parent, parent. That should be fine. Because then we should be able to get all that other information that we need in this. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this. It'll get completely and utterly lost. And then once this is done, I'm going to paste this into here for the moment. Ooh. Alright, and then we're only going to update what we need in here to sort of flag down in the system, hey, we're actually moving something, but it's not going to be what we need. It's not going to be the end date or start date or anything like that, so we're not going to do anything with that data. I'm going to hit refresh. I'm going to hit this, and as you can see, yep, we've hit the right span, and it is data column vertical move. Now, in this sort of case, I'm probably going to get rid of that data column. The reason being is because we'll know it's a vertical column that we're moving, but we might want some other bits of data in there. So other bits of data that we want in there is probably the object type, object ID, and so forth like that. So we can be like, so we can single out this particular object and be like, hey, we're actually moving this specific one. And then we can handle everything. Alright, so going in here, this is going good. I'm going to undo this, and I'm going to be like, and go through each one of these. So update, move, mouse move down. We definitely want to actually have this. It's going to be a central sort of thing for us. We've got infrastructure built around this. We're going to utilize that infrastructure. So is mouse down true? Client X initial. I mean, we could send that through, or I'm going to say we don't need to. Higher order status. I don't know why we have all of these bits of details. Oh, actually, no, I think I know why. Object ID, object type, we definitely need. MD column event. Now, this is where we want something that is controlled by us. Not applicable row. What did we have? We had vertical move. Vertical move. Initial date and start date. We don't need. MD status. Definitely don't need. Definitely don't need. Definitely don't need. Now the one problem is these two are good enough, but the problem is we're going to get 2 rows out of this, and we want to single out just one of them. So we need to actually have the parent ID in there also. So what we're going to have to do is put in all that information. So MD, this is where we need our move sort of stuff also. So I'm just going to our Vuex at the moment, and we've got the Gantt chart. No, that's fine. It's the mouse move. It's the mouse down stuff. So we've got all of this. This is fine. I'm just remembering what we named those 2 variables as the parent ones. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump over to here. I'm going to be like, all right, cool. Let's go to the Gantt chart. Let's open up one of these. It's parent object ID. So mouse down, parent object ID. So I need to go like this. Mouse down, parent object ID. That by default is going to be 0, and the parent object type, and that's going to be like that. So that will give us an extra filter for this. We won't need it for the row drop or anything like that, but we do need to have a quick look into here. So when we go our mouse down, we go through all the keys and we update them. All right, cool, that's perfectly fine. And socks, you just clicked on start prediction. Okay. Sorry, Socks is kicking the iPad. So yeah. And I know there's going to be an ad break on in a couple of seconds. And Socks, I'm really concerned that you are going to do something again. So I'm just moving stuff around. Alright, cool. No, that won't stay there. Alright. Socks. Seriously. Yep, out again. Nope, nope, in your bed. I'm just seeing when these ads are coming on. Yeah, pre-rolls are almost over. Alright, oops, Socks. Alright, with the getters, we've got the ears mouse down. We've got all of this data which we're getting. So we'll need the same with the parents, LMNOP, QRS. So we'll need the, there's the ads. Anyway, I am going to be right back. I am just getting some water. Those on YouTube wondering what's happening. So whilst I run on Twitch also, they have ads every 30 minutes, so people don't get ads when they join my stream. So I will be right back. Back. Don't knock over the bottle. Okay. How are we with ads? About 30 seconds left. Alright, that's not too bad. So yeah, we're still here with Socks. She's causing trouble, of course, every single time. She likes to knock things over. Before she clicked on this and started a prediction almost. So yeah, we're back, hopefully. No, 10 seconds. Ah, damn. Alright, cool. Close enough. So, yeah. Anyway. And welcome back, everyone. Alright, cool. So, going with this code, what we'll need to do is we'll need to get MD parent object ID. And we'll also need to get MD parent object type. And it's just as simple as that. Yeah, as simple as that. So, I've just realized also, is Nightbot not working? So I don't know if people have been chatting on Twitch. It's not coming through. At least Nightbot looks like it isn't working. So I do apologize if someone is on Twitch and it's just not showing up. I'm just doing a test. It might be Nightbot. Not. Alright, cool. I think Nightbot's just broken a little. No problem. So we're getting this data. We need to set this data to, which we did up here. So we're quite happy with all of that. Yeah, when we click on, I'm just having a quick look, and when we click on something like this, it'll automatically update the mouse down to that. And then we never really sort of edit any of that information, which is perfectly fine. Because when someone releases their mouse button, we don't need to clear it. Because the next time someone uses it, it's going to override everything. Alright, so we've got all this bar the MD parent object ID. So, and then MD parent object type. Alright, cool. And I do believe those are real. Let's just scroll up. Parent object ID, parent object type. Cool. Yep, we don't need to worry about sending any information down into this. So we won't need any of this. We won't need any of this. Alright, so I'm currently happy because we're now sending upstream, hey, we've got some data that you need. Also, at the same time, we no longer need this target stuff because we're not getting any data from it. So we handle that slightly differently. Okay. So I'm scrolling up to the top. Carbon drag. All right, cool. Handle move. We don't need that. We've just got that now. And we're actually happy with that. Alright, cool. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry, I can see my partner texting me furiously. Okay. So if I hit refresh, now that's not giving me any ghost effect or anything like that, which is fine. It's not even doing that move effect. Hang on. Sorry. Alright, if I click on this, it's not dragging like this. Nor does that button. Alright, so I'm just gonna have a quick look and just Google some things. So HTML, drag, span. We're just looking at this. Okay, let's have a look. Alright, anyway. What am I trying to do? Let's close stuff I don't need. And let's focus. So what we want to do is we kind of want to do this, where we're essentially doing stuff like this. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to scroll down. And I want to handle vertical move. So before anything gets started, let's paste this in. Let's go to that way and then one that way. So we might want to actually have that case statement back in here. All right, give me just a second. Oh, wrong one. All right, cool. So, file control, clone node, true. I just want to try one thing. All right. This one. All right. We're just playing with this at the moment. We're just adding in temp code. Oh my God. Image. How is Control C not copy anymore? Oh my God. It's just, sorry. It's just, someone's really broken copy and paste. All right, image, create element image. All right, cool. I don't know if this will work. No. All right. Well, that's really annoying. Okay. Is an image added to the DOM? I'm just setting it as the drag image. And how are you, Xmetrics? How are you going? I'm just playing around also. what I want to do is I want to be able to click on this and have this whole row be a ghost. You create element but never append it to the DOM. I'm just copying this example here where they attach it to the event itself. So yeah, anyway, socks, thank you. So, I'm scrolling up, I'm just having a look at, so this will drag and drop perfectly fine. I'm just wondering if I have an A tag, a ref equals nothing, target equals blank, ref equals, oh no, this is horrible, this is temp code. Alright. Oop, wrong one. See, now it's got that move icon. That is undefined. Alright, cool. So that is fine. We're just playing around. We've still got the temp drag. This handle won't work, which we're fine with. Gotta wait for this to compile. Alright, so that's now working. It looks like I needed that thing to be in an A tag for some strange reason. I don't like that. I'm going to see if a div will work better. Alright. Element div is not allowed there. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm going to jump into this. I'm just going to go over here. It's not this one. It's this one. I'm just going to copy these, couple of lines of code. I'm just going to shove them in there. Once again, this is just temp. This is temp code. Wait for it to compile. Should have compiled by now. Gonna hit refresh. Alright, we're getting errors. Reference E is not defined. Oops, that's my bad. That should be event. Okay, that should compile. And hitting refresh. Yeah, I'm still not getting the ghost effect, but now I've got this effect. I might have to give up on the ghost effect. At least I've got this effect, which is a good enough. Yeah. So I'm just thinking how I could solve this. So if I don't have this in here, let's say that all fails and we've got a drag event going on. So we've got that. Let's get rid of that. We really shouldn't have JavaScript void in here. I think we allowed a p tag. Alright, p tags aren't allowed in here. Shoot. Alright. Enable drag on span. Alright, I've modified your code a bit and changed the selectors from class to ID. I would also advise you to use external libraries to make it more easier for you. Besides that, I also removed the event listeners inside your HTML and translated them to JavaScript. Is this what you wanted? So they got event listeners. Alright, cool. Okay, cool, yeah. Span move. Yeah, but that's not showing what we want. Alright, CSS span, drag ghost. You can apply. You can do this by implementing dragging of the event yourself in JavaScript. This way, you can apply a CSS class to the element whilst it's being dragged. In which case, I don't think I can. I don't think I can. Because yeah, when I do a v on drag, this isn't being hit, which is really annoying. And if I do an empty A tag, it's not dragging like that would. We need something like that. Alright, I'm going to do something horrible. I don't know if this will work. This might break things. We'll find out. Yeah, it breaks things because it's a div element and it still can't drag like that element. Alright. A ref equals alright, waiting a couple of seconds, gonna hit refresh, so it looks like I just have to have it like that. And then have it draggable like that. And then when I drag over the certain components that we want it to drag up, be able to be dragged to, we'll have it so it implement something, it'll flip open or something like that. So yeah, I've just got to figure this out now. Because when I drag over and out of that, I need to have a drag enter state too. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do on the idea being, so we want this happening not over the whole row, but just this Gantt row information. So for the Gantt row information, let's just bump this like this. Let's go on, hang on, V on, drag enter equals drag enter row. All right. And down here, under methods, drag enter row, we'll have an event. I don't think we'll use the event just yet. I'm probably not going to use the event, but that is fine. What we could potentially do is let's do a console log row, and then we go this dot object ID and this dot object type. So if this works, we should get everything we need. Okay. Gonna hit refresh. I'm going to, and that's the other problem, is clicking on it does that. We've got to fix that, but at the moment, let's one thing at a time. So up here, we've got task, all right, one project. We do move over the tasks. Yep, that's fine. Project, all right. This might work. This might work. So the idea is we click on that and then we can move it. We'll need a function that can compute, can it move there? Yes, socks. Meow. Yes. All right, let's write this down. All right. So what are we going to tackle? What we want to tackle is when moving, can the object land there? That's going to be a boolean. So what we want to do is do a calculation. That's going to be its own separate function, or method, I should say. We'll have enough data to actually do that, and I'm just wondering where we do that. So at the moment we're doing that at the row Gantt, render the Gantt row, so at that very low level, which could potentially work. We could handle it here and then send the data up into Vuex and get Vuex to crunch everything up there. Which wouldn't be a problem. We would need to add in a couple more variables and stuff like that. Once again, wouldn't be a problem. So yeah, So when we're moving the object, we want to handle the drag enter row and the drag exit row. So I'm going on a little bit of a tangent. Bear with me. In fact, I could have just opened up one of these tasks and stuff like that. In the documents, when we're dragging stuff, if it doesn't interact with anything, we don't have it interacting with anything. But if we, let's add in a folder. If we have it, let's say, dragging over a folder, we kind of want it to do that. So notice the background changes. And then if we're in here, notice the background changes. We kind of want it to do that here also. So when we move this and it gets to, let's say, the project, we want it to be like, all right, cool. Can this land in here? If it can, we want show a little extra row in there, just being like, yes, it can. And we want to hide that by default. So I'm going to put in that little extra row. So that will, if we have a look at this, we've got the Gantt row, and then we've got the Gantt row render. Oh, we've got a lot of... Hang on. Now, we don't want to do it at the group level. We actually do want to do it at the row level, but the row level's not a bit... No. Also, another thing is I need to get rid of this. I need to sort of remove all comments. So, oh, and we just hit ads. All right. Add time. I do apologize. I'm just going to answer a few messages that have popped up. Sucks, thank you very much. There is Sucks. She's looking dazed and confused at why. Alright, cool. Yep, sorry about that. Just need to answer a few questions. Alright, we've got about 40 seconds left. Alright, there we go. Alright, cool. Distraction from Socks is licking. Let's go. Alright, doing this. We do that. And then I don't know if we're gonna get the headlights with this one. Okay, yeah, we got the headlights again. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. Things are just keep coming through. Alright, cool. Alright, we should... Yeah, we're out of the ads now. Let's get back into the workstation. Okay, and there's another thing. I haven't moved the is closed down yet. I'm gonna figure that one out, but that's not a at the moment sort of thing. All right, so we've got a problem. We want to move this. We want things to pop up. Now the problem is you want it to pop up here. So I don't want to add in an extra row in here, being the Gantt chart row. Oh, I could add. Give me 2 seconds. All right, we've got the Gantt chart information. Yeah, we definitely don't want to do that. Okay. We want to add something underneath. Another thing we could potentially do is, what if I go margin bottom, and let's say we're going to go 40 pixels at the moment, and then background color. Won't be margin bottom, we padding. I'm going to say no. The more I think about that, it's going to be a lot simpler if we just have a background color change. Keeping it simple. Yeah, I think keeping it simple is going to be the best sort of solution here. So the idea is, if someone drags something over one of these, it's just, we're going to change the background color, and we're going to do that as the first step. So what we want to do is, we want it on the Gantt row. We want Gantt row information. So Gantt row enter, so it will be this particular target. So we've got that correct. I'm just double checking everything. So we want target. Okay. I'm going to hit refresh, and we're just making sure we're hitting the correct target. I've got to have the console open. So as you see here, we're hitting other targets. We're not necessarily hitting this particular target. So as you see, we're hitting the inputs over there, we're hitting this, we're hitting, and so forth like that. So what we'll probably need to do is implement an ID for these particular rows, which is something I should have done ages ago. It's going to make life a lot easier. But we need both the parent and the, all right, cool, not a problem. We'll need the parent and the, so with the Gantt row, we need an ID on it. And then all I want to do is add on a class where background color will be changed slightly. So when we hover over something that can accept what we want, we adjust the color. Okay, so what's the easiest way to do this? Because yeah, the target's always going to be different. It's literally where the mouse is. It's not going to be that whole entire component. So an easy way to do this is to have an ID equals Gantt row, and then we have object type, parent type. So we have a vbind, essentially what's called a barcode. So we'll have this dot object ID type, this dot object ID, this dot object, wait, hang on, there's no this. Oh, and I need the... that will be parent object type and parent object ID. Cool. Alright, so in some of those cases, we won't have all of that. What we could potentially do is have a formula being like, alright, cool, is there a parent object type of this? Do it this method or do it that way. I'm probably going to heavily lean into doing it that way. The reason being is it's going to be a lot easier to do it that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all of this and I'm going to get row ID. That's all we need. And we scroll down to our methods. We have the get row ID down here, and then if this dot parent object ID equals 0, or this dot parent object ID, hold on, what the hell? Equals undefined. Return the short name. Return, just do this, so get row, that, and then that. And this dot parent object type, this dot parent object ID. And that's it. Otherwise, return get row like so, pretty stock standard sort of stuff. This dot parent object type, this dot parent object. Oh, hold on. I made boo boo. Alright, so that's it. I'm just going to wait a little while, going to hit refresh. So each one of these, oops. If we inspect the ID and then realize that we never actually put this in correctly, so I've got to do that. Sorry, that was my bad. And it is vbind, yep. Gonna wait a couple of seconds, gonna hit refresh, going to inspect these. So now we've got, for example, this particular one, get row project 1 requirement item 3. So it gives us a sort of barcode of what that is and where it is. And then with the requirement items, if it's because it's at the top, if we inspect this one, it is giving us nothing. Nothing at all. Okay, that is actually a problem. Okay. I'm gonna have to fix that very, very quickly. If I go to the task administration one, it too hasn't given me an ID. Oh no, hang on, I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry, my bad. Get row task ID. All right, cool. We always want to grab the top one. Yeah, div ID, get row, requirement item 3, and there's no parent, so we don't append the parent on the end, which is great. Otherwise, if there's nothing there, you just end up with a bunch of long lines, and you're just like, why are they there? At least with this, we can look at it and be like, all right, cool, yep, sweet. So, with that, what we can do is I will be right back. Sorry, I need to go to the bathroom. Anyway, there is socks, hopefully. there we go. Socks, you behave. She's like, no. Sorry about that. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Okay. Oh, you've moved. I don't know. What did socks press? Okay, let's get back into it. Oops, sorry. I went into add time. I'm sorry. Workstation. All right. Going into here. So I've added an ID on everything. Okay, so get row ID. And then when we've got this drag, what we can actually do is we can get that ID. So we can get the parent object. So const element equals document get element by ID, and this dot get row ID. As simple as that. So now we've got the element, which will be this whole element in here. So this whole thing, and then we can manipulate this. But in this sort of case, what we're wanting to do is we want to add on an extra class. So element dot append, not child. Oh, sorry, style class list dot append add, and I'm just going to write pain for the fun of it. All right, we all enjoy a little pain now and then. Hey, Zox. All right, I'm going to do this, and then if I drag this over those particular elements and stuff like that, what we should get is no errors, which is great. And if we inspect, we get pane in our class list. All right, so what I want to do, so I'm just scratching my foot. Socks, stop it. Come here. Sit. Stay. Stay. Sit. Quiet. Alright, cool. So we got pane in there. And what we could do is up here, we could always write the dot pane background color is hot pink. Oh, I guess I've got that wrong. But alright, if I refresh the page and let's say I move this one over this, I can then up here just go dot pane background color hot pink, like so. And then if I move it down here, yeah, see, that's kind of what we want to do. We've also got to remove it from that particular thing, and that will be a drag leave, I do believe, event. I've got to double check what we had. Yeah, so let's actually add this in. So we'll have something like that. And then what we'll have is in here, we've got Gantt chart. Now it'll be both Gantt chart and this at the same time. I'm gonna scroll this all the way down to the bottom. Okay, and then what we're going to put into here is background color, and then we're going to pick one. Now I like the gray. I forgot what color gray it is. It's the same gray we're using for the document drop. And I've got to remember what that is. So I'm going to open up SAS, I'm going to open up components, I'm going to open up documents, and it's that. So it's going to be the same. Okay, easy done. We're just going to wait, sadly, quite a number of seconds. There we go. And then we go over here, we hit refresh. None of that is doing what I want it to, but if we inspect this, we go down here, Gantt chart row destination. Alright. I've done that wrong. I'm just going to do that. Now, we don't need any of this. I'm just getting rid of code we don't need. So I'm just going to put it outside this whole thing. Sorry, we've literally got to wait 8 seconds for this particular one. So whilst that's actually happening, I'm going to hopefully move a block or two on here. Oops, I realized I haven't got the centerpieces on this one. So, doing this. There we go. Perfect. So that's kind of what we want as an indicator. So if I move this over here, yeah, we kind of want to indicate it. Alright, so now we've got to do the exit of it. So when we exit it, what I want to do is under the render row, we want to go up here. We want to go, ooh, that's not lining up. Be on drag leave equals drag leave row. Alright, and we'll do that very, very quickly. We'll have the event in there and all that kind of stuff too. And then what we want is we want these two, but element.classList.remove and Gantt chart row destination. All right. So what I want to do, I want to hit refresh. Yeah, alright. So what's actually happening here, you might be asking, is, alright, it is doing it, but the instant I move it slightly on this, it's technically leaving. So I'm going to look at what I did with the documentation. So I am going to go up here. I'm going to go, alright, cool, documents, which was under modules, submodules, documents module, and we're going to scroll all the way up and we're looking at so we got the drag over, we got the event and the folder ID and stuff like that. So we do actually have the drag leave. So what I'm going to do is go to that implementation. So we are passing the folder ID through. Okay. And that might be our solution. I might pass the ID through. and then I don't need to worry about that whatsoever. We still need to pass through the event. We will deal with the event and stuff like that. So yeah. So we got the event. We're doing that. All right, cool. I can do this. This isn't too hard to actually implement. In fact, what actually happens is hang on. Going at the drag leave folder. Drag over folder, adds in the style, and drag leave removes the style, which is what we're doing. Okay, but why does it work there? I'm not sure. Because I'm pretty sure I'm doing the same thing. Here, I've got the drag, leave, enter, drag, enter. Hang on, I'm just gonna drag over folder. Yeah, that just drag over and drag leave. Okay. We won't need the ID. Are we also doing it with the drag over? Like, hold on. Scrolling up, drag. We do have that's a drop event. Drag enter. Oh, drag over. All right, hang on. I've set it out so many times and my brain just didn't pick up the mistake. We've got drag enter. We want drag over. In this sort of case, what we want to do is drag enter is going to be prevent. Perfectly fine. And then what we want is drag over. And this is just going to be drag over row. And then what I'm going to do is do something like that. And then drag enter. I'm going to search for this. I'm going to be like, now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then it's just going to be drag over. So the enter part, we're just going to ignore. So waiting a couple of seconds for that to compile. Got to hit refresh. And with this, boom. That's what we want. Now, at the moment, a project should not be able to move under any of these other particular ones and so forth like that. So we're going to write in logic where we're going to be like, can this be done? And yeah, we're just going to have to calculate it. So what we need to do is, so for example, requirements. Oh, requirements won't have that icon straight off the bat. So that's going to be one thing I'm going to remove. So that's going to be a quick fix. So up here, what we want, style margin. Yep, we just want to do that. And then if object type does not equal requirement. so another auto scale thing. All right, so we've got an error. VON is missing a oh, hang on. Done the wrong one. It's this particular one. Object type does not equal requirement item. Alright. I need to fix this JavaScript void. That will be like that. Don't know if that is correct. I'm just going to get rid of it. We're waiting a couple of seconds. All right, cool. So now we hit refresh. Requirement doesn't have the move icons. Perfect. Everything else does. So potentially what we could move this particular icon to anywhere in here, which would be great. However, we want to restrict the projects. So the projects can't go under here, and we can't remove requirements. Now, removing that icon for the requirements has just saved us a bunch of logic. We only need to be like, hey, if this is a project and the destination is a task, just return false. So, oh, ad break in progress. All right, back to ad time. Welcome again. Let's do some of this. I hope everyone's doing well. So yeah, we're slowly getting through this. Bit of a struggle, but you know, it has to be done. It's getting there though. Little tiny small steps to getting this all done. Yeah, all right. Now I need to know if this side's green or blue. So what I want to do is, it's going to be blue. He's done. All right. How am I doing with the ads? I feel like I'm going to sneeze. You know how it is sometimes. 27 seconds. All right, cool. Let's get as much done as possible. So I need to do this. And then I need to go like this. This. And then, alright. And like this. And then this. Alright, sweet. Cool. Getting back into things. Yep, we're finished. Welcome back, everyone. Let's get back into this. So the idea being is if we're moving a project, we're not going to have any issues. So a task, we'll send back true straight away. But if we're moving a project and the destination is a task, we want to send back false. So going here is we're going to need to put in another method in here. So we need to be can be destination. All right. So I'm going to put in a little comment here. If a user is moving a row, can this particular row be its destination? So if mouse down Oh, this is where we need to. This is where we need to actually get data. Okay. So this is. I'm going to minimize this because I really need the extra screen space. We have that VueJS sort of stuff. So if I go into View, I go mouse down. Let's say I click on this item again. We can see that we've got NA vertical move. So I need to check the MD column is NA vertical move. And then I need to check what the MD object type is. So down here, might be one of those things that, should I get everything? Not sure yet. But I do want to do this and go mouse down sort of stuff, because there's a lot here that I could potentially use. So I'm just going to select, I'm going to copy this. Oops, I used the wrong copy. So we've got this like this at the moment. We want to do it like that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to comment it out for the moment. All right, we're going to move in stuff that we need, but we're going to figure this out. So if I'm moving this, we need the object type is going to be task. We'll need the object type and the parent object type and the parent object ID. So we'll need the object ID, object project. We'll need these four. And then it's as simple as get MD object ID, get object type, MD object type, get parent object ID, get MD parent object ID, parent object type. All right. So we're definitely going to be using some of these. Now, the reason why I'm getting all of that data is because, and why the parent data is if we're going to move it into the same parent, we don't need to do anything. So we can actually just go, no, that's false. But first, what we're going to do is we're also got to do the column, MD column. All right. And this will be always this. So first off is if a user is moving a row, can this particular row be its destination? So the first condition is if this MD column does not equal, and then we just paste that in. Straight off the bat, return false. We don't need to do anything else. We're not going to nest all these if statements and stuff like that. So we're going to be like, all right, cool, false, bang, you get out of here. This can't be done. This will handle a case where we're actually moving the start date and stuff like that, and we moved it into the zone. Yeah. So if the object type is a project, it cannot be moved under a task. So if this dot object type equals project, and I actually like double quotes for this because these are strings. And this dot parent. So if this is, sorry, the MD object type equals project, and this dot MD object type equals task, return false. All right. pretty simple stuff. Yeah. Okay. If the object parent is the same, so these are just all the conditions. Need to move anything. Alright, cool. So if this.md parent object type equals this.object type and this.md parent object ID. Now we'll need to pass ints these. Now, this is more a complicated sort of thing. So what I'm doing is I'm going to put this over 2 lines. Because it's like this, I've got to do it like that. Just so it's readable. Alright, cool. So if the empty object type, and yep. So I should go to lower. No, it should be fine. We should be using lowercase. Yeah, I know, but that's not always the case. JavaScript, you and I both know that. All right, so I don't understand what you're saying, chivalric. But welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Alright, so I'm gonna refresh. Realize I've broken everything. There's been a build failure. Hang on, that could just be timing. That's easy. My name is Jesse Devine. How do you rate me? I don't know. Read the tags of the stream. Alright, so now that we're doing that, we just need to call it. And then this should be return true. Once it passes all the conditions and stuff like that, it'll return true. Okay, so we need the drag row. Alright, get status list. If we drag this, we need the drag over row. Alright, cool. So we only need to do this if these conditions are met. So if this.canBeDestination equals false, we just return. We don't do anything. Alright, cool. So, going to wait a couple of seconds for it to compile. Won't take too long. It should be done. We're going to hit refresh. So, can't move anything under there, which is great. We've also got to add in the condition to make sure we don't move itself. Can't move under task. Can't move. Alright, cool. So, this one is. Alright. This one could go under there, alright. Sweet. Okay, we've got a couple of extra conditions to actually add in. So one of them would be, if it's a task, it can't go under tasks. So that's pretty easy to do. We just go up in here. So up here. If the object type is a task, it cannot be moved under a task. It's as simple as that. Oh, in fact, this will be even simpler. we can't move any objects to be a sub-object of a task. And good morning, Pippin! How are you going? Welcome, welcome. How are you going? How was your Christmas? How are your holidays going? And this will be .object type equals task. We're just going to return false straight off the bat, and I think we can get rid of these 2 lines. And Nocturnal, how are you? You're ill? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's not a good time to be ill. Oh. So, yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. If I don't see you beforehand, yep, thank you very much. It is New Year to... Oh, God, it's New Year's Eve tomorrow. Holy hell. I've got to get my bike. Sorry, not my bike, my car. So is Pip. Oh, no. Yeah, it's been a lovely holiday so far. Been relaxing. Been tackling some of the more difficult things of NearBeach, so drag and drop. So yeah. But she can speak for herself. Fair enough. How's the summer treating you? It's been nice today. It was 26 today, so quite nice. We don't have anything really hot till next Saturday. So I'm hoping this doesn't get migrated to Friday when I'm streaming, because holy hell does it really harms stream. I'm sweating, I just can't think and stuff like that. But that should be nice. I should be catching up with my sister on... Yeah, I'm catching up with my sister on the Sunday, so that'll be nice. And JG Unreal, thank you very much for the follow. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, summer's treating me good. I should go down to the beach. I've been getting a couple of warnings saying, no, water quality isn't good. And I'm like, oh, alright. So yeah, anyway, what I'm implementing now is the drag and drop functionality. There's quite a number of rules around being able to where I can drag stuff. So, for example, a task, nothing can be dragged onto a task. Tasks can be dragged onto projects or requirements. Projects can only be dragged onto requirements. Requirements just don't move. So, yeah. Getting that done. And yes, Socks is here. She's causing some trouble, like always. So yeah, and give Cat. Yeah, all right, cool. I knew that was coming. I'll just put it on. Yeah, this screen's fine. I just don't want me moving the camera around and someone get motion sickness. There we go. All right. Don't forget to drop everyone. It's not ad time. It's secret screen. We've got to beat Nightbot. In your bed. You know where to go. In your bed. Oh, you got in. Yeah, good girl. Oops, oops, oops. Try not to eat my finger. Oh, Nocturnal, you beat Nightbot. Finally. Finally. Someone's beating Nightbot. Alright, there you go, sweetie. There you go. Go get it. Cat hair in my mouth. So yeah. Well, sorry to hear that you guys are sick. Hopefully you get better soon. Hopefully the winter's treating you right. Yeah. Anyway, good girl Socks. She's like, I'm good. Alright. Okay, so... Oh, if it's a project, it can't land on projects. So an easy way to do that is... if this dot object type equals this dot md object type, then return false. All right, Socks has just run off. She's like, all right, got my treats, so long. Haha. As she always does. I'm on the mend. I had a fever for 2 days. Oh no. Ugh. It's quite mild there. Oh, okay, that's good. Gonna have some snow and ice in the next week. Oh, well, hopefully you'll be a lot better for the snow and ice. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna hit refresh. So if I move a project, won't move there. Ooh. Oh, wait, I can't move it to the requirement, but that's perfectly fine. Can move to that one, can move to that one, can move to that one. Alright, cool. Alright, so, but can't move to any task. And then if we move this one, can go there, can go there. I think that's the logic of it. Thankfully, we don't leave the house, so fair enough. Well, I hardly leave the house. I have to force myself. Hence, I go bike riding. Also, what was it? Dead Cells. I bought this. The Dead Cells board game. So, hopefully tonight, if I don't get distracted and start playing Metaphor, I'll read the rule set. So, yeah, of this. And then I'll have to leave the house to find someone to play it with. Bike riding sounds fun. I can't ride a bike anymore. Oh no. Yeah. Oh well. So, hopefully you can play that board game. Yeah, planning to get some stuff finished, like that PR for NearBeach, but my brain is up. Oh yeah, fair enough. No, take your time. That's perfectly fine. So yeah, I hear that's a good game. I didn't hear much. Because I don't know how this site works with their rating. So usually, for example, with Rotten Tomatoes, if there's a horror film, I know if a horror film has 70% or more, I add a weight to it to be like, all right, cool, 70 is actually really a 90% for the horror genre and stuff like that. So I add weights to it. I just don't know how to add weights to this, so don't know how to read that exactly. So yeah, soup. My brain is soup. Oh no. So, well, hopefully you get better soon. So you got snow in a couple of days. I haven't seen snow since I was at least 6 foot. So, it's been a while. Alright, so I'm happy with this logic so far. Because, yeah, we just hit everything, and then we just return it straight away. Yeah, I think that logic will work. And then we don't need to worry about the leave row or anything like that, because all it's doing is just removing a class from that particular element, and that is perfectly fine. So, for example, that one won't add anything on, whereas this one will add something on here and here because I can drag it to those particular elements. So now another thing which I should implement in here, I'm just gonna take a quick screenshot. I'm just gonna go over here, I'm gonna go new issue, I'm just gonna paste this in. Sprints determining the type of object is hard. And thank you very much for the follow, Airine666. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So, alright, so in here, what I want to say is it is hard to tell what is a requirement item, projects, or tasks. We need to implement a visual a visual method to notify the user what object is what. And that could be really simple. We kind of do something already. So if we go into the search functionality, we can see RFC, rec for requirements and all that kind of stuff. So we could implement something like that, where the user can see it and be like, all right, that's a project, that's a task, and so forth like that. So at the moment, I'm going to put that as normal. This will, this is part of the sprint functionality. We don't have a version for it yet, but that's perfectly fine. I do need to go back into this particular one. So sprints cannot move child objects. We're getting closer to getting this done. Well, when I say closer, we're getting to the point where we can start, manipulating the data and getting that all sorted. So, okay. Talk about soup for brain. My brain just was like, all right, cool. How do I do stuff? So we can move this one over here, for example, or we've got to add an ability to make it so it can go to the parent object. All right. I'm just thinking, do I need to make... Yeah, I do need to sort of make the ability so we can drag this. Also, we had the problem where we drop it in, it doesn't remove the class. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to do that right now. Alright, so we've got event.prevent default. And then we just need those in there, and then handle the process of moving the object. Alright, as simple as that. So I'm going to hit refresh. So you've got to wait a few more seconds, and then I'm going to hit refresh. So if we drop that into there, it doesn't remove it, does it? Because I never added in the drop functionality. I never connected the drop functionality. All right, that's silly of me. V-on drop equals drop. And we're just waiting a couple of seconds, and then we're going to hit refresh. So now, if we drag this up to here and we drop it, it still doesn't do it. I'm just refreshing just in case I've been too... Oh. That's why. All right. I had a big brain moment. Perfect. All right, cool. So, the drag and drop is now working how we want it to. Now we've just got to handle that data. So, what do I mean by that? We need to do the CRUD. So, handle data. What we need to do, one, update object location. And that can be very, very simple. So, for example, this should be locally. So what could actually happen is someone drags and drops it in there locally. We just need to edit the parent ID and target location and stuff like that and call it a day. that will be perfectly fine. The next sort of thing we've got to do is, it's not just that. We need to also, before we do this, is... I don't have an eraser on this. I have to actually do this, don't I? Yep. So that's one of the things we've got to do. The other thing we've got to do is make sure there's no duplicate object. Object. So, for example, we've got two tasks of the same ID on the sprint itself. If we move with the start date and end date, they'll update together. Hello, I deleted my social media except for this a few months ago. It feels good. Fair enough. And welcome. Tusha. Tusha. Can I? How do you prefer your name pronounced? And welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. We do have an ad coming up. Awawa. Alright, cool. Welcome, Awawa. Alright, so we've got to make sure there's no duplicates. So going back into here, this task and this task are the same task. If you have a look at the start date and end date, when I move stuff, they interact together, as to opposed to something else. So, if I were to move this under here, we've got to stop it. One way to stop it is if we run over to here, we could do a calculation and be like, can I move it here? And be like, no, you can't. The other alternative is if we move it down here and we let go, a modal will pop up, be like, hey, this is going to cause a duplicate. You can either not continue with what you're doing, or we'll just remove this particular object from the projects only. And then handle it that way. So, yes. Oh, and we've just hit an ad. So welcome back. Oh, I should add in that blue dog here. Give me a couple of seconds. Add existing. We want the blue dog. Wherever it's gone. Alright, down here. There we go. We'll make it a little bit bigger. Go the blue dog. So, yeah, anyway, whilst we're also doing that, we've got a minute left. So I've got most of this down pat now. Oh, no, I did that wrong. Alright, not a problem. There we go. Alright, so we've done that, we've done that, we've done that, we've done that, and done that, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do this, and then we'll do this. Okay, cool, and then we'll do this like so, and then we do this, and then we do it like this, and then we do it like this. Alright, and how am I doing with time? 6 seconds. Alright, cool. Not far. So that dog's really, really big. I'm gonna move it right down a little. There we go. Alright. Alright, and welcome back everyone. So, let me just finish off this cube. I'm gonna bump back on the workstation very quickly. So, we've got two options. So, yeah. Yeah, we run ads every 30 minutes here, so that way you don't get pre-rolled ads when you jump into the channel. So we do a minute and a half of ads, and that gives us about half an hour of no pre-rolls. So, yeah. And then when I do this again, we get this headlights. I've got to figure out how to sell that properly. Alright, so now, if I were to do something like this, as a user, I'll be like, why can't I drag and drop it in there? And that will annoy me. I will be like, why can't I drag and drop into there? So, because there is no user sort of feedback about that. However, we can easily implement a modal that will handle this very easily. Very, very easily. And it'll be like, listen, this is what's going to happen. We'll remove this from here and everyone will be fine. Alright. Now, sorry, I'm just also having a little bit of a think. Because another thing I've got to implement is when I'm moving stuff around, I need to do the CRUD for the back end. So for example, if I move, let's say I move this simple task down into project. What I want to do is I want to contact the backend and be like, hey, I'm going to move this from here into here. I need to delete or update the original one. And be like, all right, cool. We're updating it from a project, that project to that other project, which could work. I wanted something to fidget, and I got a flexor thing that you can squeeze and it improves your grip strength. Okay, fair enough. Yep. I went from not being able to squeeze 150 pounds all the way to doing reps of 10 at 200 pounds in 1 month. Fair enough. That's actually pretty good. So yeah, I've got my Rubik's cubes to fidget with. You'll also see me with the pens just do this constantly and do that too and drop them completely and utterly drop them as I explain what I'm doing. And I'll sit there and I'll be like as I think what I want to do. So yeah. Now with the CRUD, because all the CRUD is doing is we're updating. We've got the object ID and we've got the parent object. We can easily filter for those particular values in that particular the object assignment table and just update those values where necessary. So we can update the parent. Now, in the case that I'm moving, for example, this task down into this project, we need to create that row. And the case where we're moving this into up here, we need to, we need to, you made the target, but yeah, Nightbot cheats. Slept the girlfriend of 10 years 6 months ago. Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that. That's definitely not fun. Definitely not a fun process to go through. Oh, that's great to hear. That's a better process. So, yeah. I'm glad you got someone new girlfriend. So, yeah. Congratulations. Alright. So, I've just got to think of how I want to do this type of situation. So I can create one endpoint and then handle it there and then do all the complication there. Or I can handle the complication in the front end, so in the view and all that kind of stuff, and then just send the relevant data to the back end. So for example, if I move this under one of these, I know I need to create that link in the back end, and I could potentially send that. And then if I move this from this one over here into here, I can then send those particular delete ones and stuff like that. And that might be a solution because then I can potentially use the same endpoints and all that kind of stuff. It'll be a couple of calls. Instead of doing it in one call, it'll be a couple of calls, but that should be invisible to the user. So, because I can handle most of the data manipulation in the front end. So what will actually happen is I'll move something, I just go into the VueJS and I'm like, hey, listen, we've just moved this from here to here. Can you just update these particular values? And that will be fine. And then all of a sudden the user will see something has moved. And then it doesn't matter if we're sending multiple requests to the back end. So it doesn't matter if we go like, all right, cool, we're deleting this particular link, but we're creating these particular links, or this particular link. And that can be done at the same time. Yeah. I think I like that idea better. So, we've fixed that problem, so I'm moving on from that. Let's open up a project and let me share what I kind of mean. So if I go into linked objects, I create a new link, and let's say I have a task that is going to be a sub object of task 2. Current object, is a parent object of that. And then I send it to the back end. So what that was just a random tennis ball. What we're sending back to the back end is we've got a simple object data, we've got a project, and we're adding a link and stuff like that. We'll figure this out, how we want to set up the URL. It'll be pretty easy to set up. And then with the request, we're going, all right, cool. Task 2, parent object of that. And that's that simple. And then when we do a delete, we're hitting pretty much, for example, object data, remove link. We've got the link ID and the link connection. No, that would be the same because that would be the ID in the task. So having the front end deal with the logic is going to be a lot better because we've already got endpoints for the back end. Just means that we're doing a couple of calls and I'm going to say, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I don't think we're handling any responses back. Oh, we've got a success response. Yeah. I don't think we need to worry about I lost my train of thought. Sorry, the tennis ball hit my roof. My God, my brain just went out the window. All right, let's start. So I'm going to get all the logic and do that in the front end, in the Vue.js type of code. And what will actually happen is it will then send the relevant responses to the back end where it will handle it. I think that's going to be the best sort of solution. And yeah, we won't need to worry too much about any data coming back from the back end because nothing will be coming back from the back end. We're handling all of that without a problem. All right, cool. So what do I want to do? I'm going to write this down. Plan of attack. Vue.js will handle the logic. That'll be fine. So it will handle the CRUD logic. That'll be great. VueJS will hit the same endpoints. CRUD endpoints for the backend. Alright, cool. And hey, the pub I know, how are you going? Well, welcome back. How's your holidays treating you? Hopefully well. So yeah, this is our plan of attack. So the Vue.js will handle the CRUD logic for the front end. Actually, no, that's just, it'll just handle the CRUD logic. And then Vue.js will hit the same CRUD endpoints for the back end. That way we're not building anything new in the back end. This is all just front end sort of stuff, which is going to be great. All right. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to refresh this. I now need to think about how I'm attacking this problem. So, first things first, let's tackle a moving issue. So if I move this down here, we want it to move into there. So we're going to start with baby steps at the moment. Extra report, what the fuck's extra report? It's too late now. It just no. Alright, so handle the process of moving the object. So did I want to do it here? I'm just having a good think. Been like, how am I going to tackle this? Because the one problem is there's multiple different attacks we can do. So we can move it with something without a parent into something with a parent and so forth like that. And yeah, all right. And the last row has something, and we probably need to put something in there. The message said we should tell you if you make a mistake in your stream. Well, you missed an R in thorough in Nightbot mess. Oh, through? I can only achieve this through community funding. Oh. All right, cheers, thank you. I will fix that up. Give me a couple of seconds, all right. No, but let me log in. Give me a couple of seconds. Sorry, I need the big screen. Cheers, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm terrible at spelling. Nightbot TV. Scroll down to learn more. Yep. I want to log in. Add to chat. All right, cool. I'm here. Commands. All right, awesome. Thank you very much, Jay. Quick and easy fix. Thank you. I've read that so many times and never noticed. Yeah, just so many times too. So yeah, it's just one of those things where you're just missing one little tiny thing. It's just, oh, I hate spelling sometimes. All right, cool. So at the moment, I just want to move these objects around. I just want to move these objects around. Let's just get that sort of sorted. So if it's a task, it lands into the project, so that will be the destination. So clicking on this, clicking on mouse down, it was task, and we should have an object ID for task. Oh, the object ID just suddenly turned to 0. All right. What's updating object ID? Are we hitting this? Update end. Object IDs. Update Gantt chart data. We could potentially be hitting this. So what I'm going to do, console log, releasing the data. All right, we could be hitting that. So I'm gonna test that out. I'm gonna see if we're hitting that, and if we are hitting that, then we need to actually put in a particular case of being like, hey, this is, let's not move, let's not do that. All right, so what I want is console. I'm gonna click on this one, and I'm just gonna move it. Yeah, release the data. All right, cool. Gonna open up this. So this is part of the gather the information. So this is update Gantt chart data. So we're not sending stuff, are we? Oh, we are too. Oh. All right, I know how to fix this. We're sending data when we shouldn't be. So if we have grabbed the vertical move button, I nearly did another spelling mistake. We want to ignore. All right, cool. If we are not moving the bar itself, we don't want to complete this function. So if this dot hang on, give me 2 seconds. It is empty column equals undefined, or this dot md column equals, by default it should be nothing, so I'm just going to refresh that. I realize that I broke it. Return. So easier way to do that, if we keep getting more and more variables and stuff like that, we just do array contains JavaScript. Include, sorry, not contains. So what we could do is we could have a bunch of things, escape sort of conditions in there. So by default, it's going to be nothing. So I'm going to do that. Undefined, nothing, NA vertical move. Or we could potentially just Yeah, do it the opposite way. Const required conditions equals, and then what we got to do is, this is part of, hang on, I know there's a case statement for this. And middle of start. If, and then what we want to do is, if that includes so fruits dot includes banana, orange, apple. Now it's going to be false because we need a capital A. So, if not, required conditions dot includes this dot column, empty column. Return. So, what these lines mean, being like, all right, cool, we need those conditions to move on with this particular function. If it isn't there, just don't do this particular function. Easy done. So if I hit refresh, if I wait and then hit refresh, let's go into the view. So we've got our mouse down and all that kind of stuff. So when I'm moving this, now it doesn't matter. It keeps the object IDs and stuff like that. All right, and then if I drop into there, boom. Okay, we now need to update the parent and stuff like that. So when I drop, so in here, drop const. Okay, handle the move project. Alright, so when it drops down, and this is where I need to use my brain, it is 8:30. How long have I been streaming for? 3.5 hours. Alright, cool. Not too bad. Not too bad. So if I'm dropping stuff down into there, we've got the task. So we've got the object. And then this will be the parent. And we need to add in the this in very quickly. So we've moved that. The MD object will be what we're moving. So we've got to tell VueX to update that object. So let's have a look at VueX. My brain. Yeah. All right. Cool. Hold on. We've got the Gantt chart. This is the one we want. This is where we've got all our data and all that kind of stuff. I do believe. Hey, Stocks, how are you? She's like, stuff, I'm here to cause trouble. I'm like, I know. All right. Okay, so if we're dropping stuff into here, notice how we've got the parent object ID. What we can do is we can filter for all of these, what we need. If I go into the mouse down section, we've got the parent object as object type null. That is going to be perfect. And redeem with weights. All right, I can do that. I'll do it right now because we're about 2 minutes away from an ad break. Okay. And I can do both shoulders again. Yeah, which is nice. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, So 10 on each side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, cool. 20. As for the weight, I think we calculated this once. Been working out. Good. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got to do a lot more strength exercises for my shoulder. So yeah, I also got to diet a lot. 1.25 times 2. Yeah, that's 2.5. And so that'll be 5 kilograms. 5 kilograms. So about 8 to 10 kilograms. I'm not sure what the middle bar is in the middle, and that's why I'm saying 8 to 10. No, I just couldn't do that in my head. That's 1.25 kilograms for some strange reason. So yeah. So between 8 to 10 kilograms that thing was. And I did 20 reps on each side. So yeah. We should be hitting an ad any second now. I'll go back to workstation. So, yep. I'm also losing weight. Lost 30 pounds. Wow, in the past month. Still got a long way to go. Well, congratulations. I don't know if you have ads right now, but that is awesome. I'll repeat it when we come back from ads. And I am going to say welcome after the ads for those who just followed. That was just timing. So yeah. Anyway, headlights. I just get them so much nowadays. I was meant to learn how to solve them, and I just never got any. And then now, all of a sudden, I keep getting them every single time, and I'm just like, oh my god. I've never had so many. Okay. All right. Let's get these centers all done. So all the centers are all done. I'm just checking where the ads are. All right, cool. And let's jump back into it. Anyway, 30 pounds in a month is a lot. Yes, it is. I eat a small bowl of oatmeal in the morning so my stomach has something to churn, and that's it. Oh, fair enough. I'm not even hungry. That's awesome. I will go get blood tests this month to see if I'm missing vitamins or something. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. So, yeah, but yeah, 30 pounds. That's a lot in a month. I would be happy losing that. I think 1 year I had COVID and Shigella back to back. So I've just been traveling overseas and I lost about 20 pounds in a week. 2 weeks, actually. That was unhealthy, though. That's the fastest I've ever lost any pounds. Anyway, thank you very much for the follow, Raman Eugen Pi. So yeah, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So yeah, I know you just followed right before the ads. I didn't want to say welcome whilst the ads were on. So Alright, so getting back into this, we just want to move one of these. So if I'm moving that bottom one, we've got the parent object null. All right, I might need to handle that, but that's perfectly fine. I notice I feel hungry two ways. One is in my stomach and I eat when I feel that, and the other is in my mouth like I want to chew something. I try and ignore the latter. Fair enough. See, I'm at the point where I'm only eating when I'm hungry now, which is nice. I just need to eat a lot less. So, yeah. Alright. Doing this. What we're doing is with the drop. Oh yeah, we're handling it up here. So what we want to do is, this won't be part of a mutation. This will actually be part of an action. So this will be update Gantt chart single row. Ooh. Const Gantt chart slice, Gantt chart filter row for each. Not quite. It's this one. Update Gantt chart single row parents. So that's the one which we want to update. Now I remember. So, I noticed a feeling 2 ways on. Oh wait, I read that one. A person who smoked told me they felt the second way when they were trying to quit smoke. Fair enough. Yeah. Alright, so if I move this onto here, we want all of this. Alright, cool. So what I'm going to do is get the Gantt chart data. So we've got a const Gantt chart data equals state dot Gantt chart data dot slice. Don't know why it's slice. I think, oh yeah, we're grabbing a copy. Create a copy to maintain immutability. I don't want to go out of my weight category for the comp, but I keep putting on the muscle. Lost size but gained weight. Well, muscle is more dense than fat, so yeah. I noticed it when I first went to the gym. I put on a lot of weight, but I actually lost quite a lot of fat, so it was nice. Now I just eat too much, so it's all fat and a lot of muscle. Oh yeah, don't forget to drop, everyone. Exclamation point drop followed by your favorite emoji. So I am going to do Shockmax. We're gonna beat Nightbot. Oh, Nightbot getting that 72, sorry. Okay, filter for the data we are going to mutate. And then apply mutations. So this is Gantt chart data dot filter, and we're filtering for the row. And then we've got const. Essentially, we've got 4 conditions. So we've then got const condition. Oh, Nocturnal for the win, 91.59. Good. Finally beating that Nightbot. Condition 3 will be a pass int the row dot parent object ID. Oops, that's meant to be in. It's payload dot parent object ID. And then const condition, I keep spelling this incorrectly. Condition 4 equals row dot object parent object type equals RNG gods are with me today. Yes, they are. So we've got all those conditions. And condition 3 and condition 4. So we've got everything, and then we just need to go for each much like above, we just go row dot parent type equals, and this is where we go payload dot new parent type, and then we go row dot parent parent object type. New parent object type. So we just update those, and then we just commit it. Like so. Alright, and Scotty B, how are you? Hopefully you're going well. I love that little emote. My video feed is about 40 seconds behind. It's only just popped up for me, and he's alright, yep. I think he went right down. Like, that was just a type of thing. So, yeah. How are you going, Scotty B? So this should be it. This should be how we update a single row's parent. So we just send it the filter conditions, and we're like, all right, cool, filter for this, and then we're just then we just update it. And I think that's going to be very simple here. So what we need to do is we need to go this $store dot. Now this is a dispatch. And it's a dispatch to the update Gantt chart single row parent. And the reason why it's a dispatch is because it's an action. There's a bit of business logic to this, so we need to, do a bit of business logic. All right, so we've done that. What we have is we'll have the object type, object ID, and we'll set that. And then we'll have the object type, and we'll set that. And then we'll have the parent object ID, we'll set that, and then we'll have the parent object type, and we'll set that, and then we'll have the new parent object ID, and then we'll set that, and then we'll have the new parent object type. All right, cool. Anyway, I'm going to sit down. Oh, goes up. All right, so we've got a bunch of all of this. Let's figure out what's going to be connected to what. So if I move this particular task, and let's say I move it over into here, so we got the empty object type, and then we got the parent and the parent object type. So yeah, you're all right. Yeah, I can't complain myself. Still on holidays, which is nice. You got a 32 gig RAM for Christmas. Nice. I've now maxed out my RAM in my laptop. Even better. That is good. That is good to hear. So yeah, what are you going to do with all that RAM? So the object ID will be this.md object ID, and then it'll be this.md object type. Now we'll need to process the parent, and I don't know if I want to do it here or actually at the point. Anything I want. Nice. Open about 5 Chrome tabs. It's just enough RAM to play The Sims without crashing. Oh god, is The Sims really that much now? Alright. First release The Sims. I remember that when it came out. That was a fun game. Latest release, Sim 4. Oh, okay. Jesus, Sims 4. Jesus, that's a lot of stuff for The Sims. originally came out nearly 10 years ago. Oh god. Man. Alright, cool. It's been a while since I played the Sims games. Okay, so I think I need to handle the parent objects and stuff like that. So I think the best place to handle it would be up here. So if either the new parent object is blank or new parent, handle the variables. So what we want is we want a simple let parent hang on. No. I'm just double checking the data. All right, before I make any assumptions, let's double check the data. So if we go into Gantt chart itself, we open up, let's say number 6, QA team. No, we want task admin, task QA team. No, task admin. All right, if we look into here, all right, that's perfectly fine if it's set like that. However, I have a feeling that alright, we'll pass int of a null work. Okay. It'll be not a number. Alright. I think this is going to be fine. I don't think I need to convert anything. Famous last words. Very famous last words. Alright, cool. So, what I want to do is I want to hit refresh. So, if I move that into there, I'm realizing that I'm not calling it. Or I am, and I just haven't... Oh, yeah, I've just doodled everything out. So, this.md parent object ID object type. The hell was that? Alright, so the new one, this will be the object ID, and this will be object type. So we grab this from the row that we're currently in. This is going to be a lot easier for us to do it here. And yeah, handle it like this. So now we just wait a little while. We hit refresh. We grab this. I'm just clunking it into there. We didn't get any errors, but that is fine for the moment. Yeah, I got that running. All right, cool. Oh yeah, don't forget to drop, everyone. Exclamation point drop followed by your favorite emoji. I am doing Toby Tripod. Oh, yep. Almost made it. Almost made it, Scotty B. Sorry, my video feed's about 40 seconds out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. And I'm going to go var a equals this. And then I'm going to go console log a. Alright, who won? Ah, it's still Nightbot. Still Nightbot. Okay, so what I'm going to do, wait for a little while, hit refresh. I'm going to open up our console. I'm going to move this. I'm going to place it under there, and we've got an array of null. Alright, cool. Okay. I know what's happening. And I just got to figure out how to solve it. So, wait, close that. Number 4. So we've got a parent object ID of quotation marks of nothing. And when we move this, if we have a look at parent object ID for that, so if I go to the mouse down, so we've got the MD parent object ID, we've got a 0 there. And it might be a case of that I have to change those around. And I think I do that somewhere and I forgot where I've done it. I know I've had to do that for this particular thing. So I'm going to do a little conversion. Socks, can I have my hand? Okay. So we're going to let, sorry, Socks. Parent object ID equals the payload dot parent object ID. Easy done. Let parent object type equal payload dot parent object type. If the parent object ID equals 0, so we're actually going to pass that as an int. What we're doing is parent object ID will equal nothing, and then the parent object type will also equal nothing. So that should be fine. And then if we have a look at the Gantt chart itself with number 4, parent object type nothing, and then that's null. Object type equals null. All right, we're just doing that. So that should get us a filtered element now. Just scrolling down, that took 6 seconds to compile, holy hell. So if I grab this and move it to that, and I go to our console, we've still got an array of 0. You know why? I haven't called these. So what we want past that. All right, cool. Wait. We want to pass that, and then we want to get rid of this and have parent object type there. All right. So that should get me something. I've got to wait now 6 seconds for it to actually do its thing. Socks is very impatient. Come here, sweetie. Say hi to everyone. Be like, hey, what's up? Wave. There you go. 6 seconds have passed. You're like, oh. Oh, still got an array of 0. All right, what I'm going to do. I don't like doing this sometimes. Console log row. I'm just going to go row.parent object ID. Alright, we're going to wait 6 seconds. Alright, the view, any code we're editing in the view takes some time to actually process and so forth like that. So, yep, there we go. And then we're going to hit refresh. I'm going to move this on to here. So 3, not a number, 1 and 2. All right, cool. So what I want to do is I want to grab this, copy. I want to paste it in. want to do something like that. And then we're just going to wait a few seconds. And thank you very much for the follow, Most Space. How are you going? Welcome, welcome. I do hope you enjoy my content. Alright, we've got all falses. Not a problem. We're just figuring out what's going wrong here. This will just take time. So, what I want to do, console log. What we're going to do is we're going to do the row. And that's going to be row.parent object ID. And then we're going to do the set, which is going to be the parent object ID, like so. Then we just wait for a little while. And we actually have to wait 6 seconds. Okay. I'm assuming that was 6 seconds. Empty string, empty string, empty string. Alright, var a equals pass int null. Oh. Var b equals pass int null. A is not a. False. Oh, alright. I know what's going wrong. Okay, cool. What I'm going to do, oh, far out. I am going to be like, going to make that 0, going to make that null. Easy done. And then in here, we're going to have a condition. So, we're going to have a let row parent object ID equal row.parent object ID if row parent object ID is null. Or then we're modifying stuff. Let row parent object type equal row dot parent object type. All right, and then row POI equals 0, and then row POT equals that, and then we handle the conditions. All right. That should, in theory, work. We'll figure it out in a second. Alright, waiting 6 seconds. I think 6 seconds have gone. No, 6 seconds haven't gone. Now they've gone. Alright. Now we've got something. Cool. Alright. Sorry about that. This is the... Each language has its own benefits and positives and negatives and stuff like that. This is a negative of JavaScript. Handling numbers sometimes is tricky. So what we're doing is we're being like, hey, if there isn't anything in there, we're just doing these particular values because we know these particular values will work because we do them up here. We do a check up here too. We need it to be done. So that should update everything. We now gotta wait another 6 seconds. I don't know if another 6 seconds have come or gone. We'll just go into here, we'll hit refresh and boom. Alright, cool. That did that perfectly fine. And then we should be able to move this into here, boom. We should be able to, we can't move that, but that's fine. It's up to YouTube. Thank you very much, Jay. Yeah, greatly appreciated. So, yeah. It's where I store all my VODs. So, yeah, I used to do it manually, but I stream now on both. So, yeah. There's no one on YouTube at the moment. So if you want an ad-free viewing, YouTube, because I have no way to monetize it. So, yeah. Alright, cool. So we can move stuff now. So I can move stuff into there. I can then, let's say, move this into here. I'm like, no, whoops, it's meant to be up there. And then I can move stuff down back into here. Now, notice how it moves both of them. That's just because we filter for both of them. But yeah, we can easily do this. Now, but if I refresh, and I move that up into the requirement. Yep, that's just in the requirement. Cheers, thank you. Greatly appreciated. Alright. So, I now have this working. The drag and drop is now working, which is awesome news. There's still... Oh, ad break in progress. Sorry about that. Still a lot of progress to go, but hey, we're getting somewhere. And Socks, have a look at the dog. Yeah, that's the blue dog. He finally won. After 20 years, he finally won. Inspirational. Yeah. What is the time? It is just 9 o'clock here. I'm wondering how long I've been going for 4 hours. I can do another hour. At least I can get everything sort of set up to the point where I can handle the logic and be like, all right, if we're moving from here into here, do this and do this, and, you know, all that kind of fun stuff. Yeah, I've just gotta. Sorry, I'm having a good think of how I'm gonna tackle the problems and stuff like that. Delete should be easy. Alright, cool. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just... my brain is racing way off into the distance. I think I need to reel it back in. So I've got handling of the moving object at the VueJS level. Alright, and welcome back everyone! So, going here, we've done quite a lot. So, we can now move things around, which is so much better. So, if we hit refresh, we're just not saving stuff. So, if we move this into here, boom, it goes into there. Now, we're moving both of them at the same time because it's connected like that now. We've got to add in a little thing being like, sorry, there already exists that object in there. Did you want to delete this object? Yeah, and then I've got to think about how that's going to be happening. It deletes it from the source. So yeah, all of this is working perfectly fine, and thank you very much for the follow, Arduku. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Okay. So yeah, at the moment, we're not sending anything to the back end. We need to actually set up the logic being like, alright, cool. When I move, let's say, this particular task under requirements, I need to set up logic being like, hey, we've just moved that task under requirement. We need to add that as a permanent thing. It didn't have any parent ID attached to it. Now it does. We're not removing any parent ID either. So yes, I think this is going to be simple. Hopefully it is. Oops, socks in your bed. Okay, so I need to write things out. So if listen to my tablet, sweetie. If task has no parent and we move it, into, let's say, something that adds a parent, what we'll need to do is if no parent, no delete. Calls add link. All right. So if task has really sucks. Really, that was. Oh, sorry, sweetie. If task, oh, stop standing on my mouse. All right, so if task has parent, oh, sucks. Calls delete link. And calls add link. Now, one thing I could potentially do in particular cases, so for example, these two tasks exist in here. If I move this into here, it's going to duplicate them like that. These are actually connected. What I could potentially do is have it so when it moves, there's two options. Have it when it moves, pop up and say to the user, can't do, object already exists in this location, and then just stop it. The alternative to that is the user drags it in, it pops up dialog, and it goes, before we make any changes, please note that this object already exists at this level. So, yeah. Part of me at the moment is saying, no, simplify it even better. Oh, no, I just, I'm one of two options at the moment. Part of me is like, in the drag stage, don't allow the person to drag it there. However, there's no feedback to the user being like, hey, there's already an object there, the same object there. I think dragging and dropping it in and being like, all right, cool, this object exists in here. This is the dialogue we're picking up. And I'm going to say, have it just cut off there. Just have the dialogue pop up and be like, no, can't drop it there. We've got toasts too. So I could use the toast to be like, no, object already exists in that area. And we got another use case too. So for example, if we actually have these objects, and we can't actually put one of them on the parent. The reason being is if we do that, our SQL won't work as well. Because we're either having a state being like, oh, this particular object is under something or it's not under something. It can't be both. Alright, so we've got a bunch of stuff to fix up first. I'm gonna sit on the moving of them and stuff like that for the moment, but I do want to implement the ability to move them into the parent mode. So we'll need to implement that. And I'm just wondering how. Okay, no. Come on, cuddles. There you go. No sitting on keyboard or mouse. Oh. And I'm just deleting some stuff we don't need. What was that? Yep. I did count that right. Alright, we could have an empty row. Yeah, I'm just having a think. Now, the bottom row, I think we add in padding bottom on the bottom row, so it gives us this long line type of thing. I could add in an empty row that acts all like that too. And then when someone drags something on it, we send the mutation up. That could work, and then I can handle that thing completely and utterly separate out of these other things. Yeah, sorry, I'm just giving myself a deep thought process right now. Alright, cool, sucks. Do you want to go in your bed or on the window? Not in your bed then. Okay. You also need to fix the is that and get rid of all the comments and stuff like that. Okay, let's have a look at this. So if I were to do a get row, I would set the ID. Get row information will have the same sort of stuff in here. We won't need that. We'll need the title and stuff like that. We won't need the end pickers at all. In fact, a lot of that data we won't need. So the start date and all of that. We won't need the left. Oh, stop it. We won't need to render the bar, so we just need the renderer in there. Yeah, alright. So the idea here is we'll have probably a render blank Gantt row. So it'll be one of these rows that is just down at the bottom. And the idea is if we move this over it, we can highlight it and say move to root or move to at the top and stuff like that. Then if the user drops into it, we'll handle that in a specific case. I think, yeah. I think that's going to be the easiest way we're going to deal with this, because it will always be at the bottom. It won't be part of the group or anything like that. Yeah, I think this is going to be easy. So what I want to do is I want to go up here. I want to go render get row. I want to copy that. I want to paste and render blank get row. I want to go add. And then straight off the here, we don't need the vbind, we just need the ID, which is going to be, if we have an inspect of this, it'll be get row parent. There we go, it's going to be unique that way. Then we'll still need these. The title. We won't need the style. We won't need the trash can. In fact, I'm going to say we won't need the vast majority of that, but I think we just need that put into there. I don't think we need that. Definitely don't need that. We definitely don't need to vbind anything in, or if it's a render bar, we definitely don't need any of that in there. So this is a very blank sort of slate. And what I'm going to do is on the get information page, we're going to roll all the way up. So we're rendering each group and stuff like that. And then what we want to do is render blank. I need to put it into the whole library and stuff like that. All right, cool. Give me a couple of seconds. Sorry, I need to go into the VueJS. There you go, into components. No. Oh, I don't need it. Yeah, no, I don't need it at this level. That's perfectly fine. Sorry, I just needed components. Import render blank get row. Now, am I using... Alright, definitely not using that. Render blank, yep, alright, cool. Render blank get row. Easy done. So that's in there like that. And then we go up here, we're doing all that. And thank you very much for the follow. Adonis Walker, welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. So yeah, welcome. Alright, so just done that. We render all the groups and stuff like that, and then we need to render the blank get row. Now, render get row with the props. We won't need description, we won't need end date, we won't need higher order status is closed, level number, object ID, object type, parent object, start date, status ID, or any of that. So it is literally propless. The components themselves, we won't need date time, we won't need the trash can information, we won't need the end select stuff. At the moment, we will need the modal. This is render blank get row. This won't. Ooh, will this emit down? I don't think it will. We'll find out. All right, cool. We won't need any of the watches, so we're not manipulating any data. We're not handling. Actually, no, we're handling mouse down stuff. We're not handling any of that. Bar width we won't need. Render bar space. Yep, we won't need any of that. Can be destination. We don't need that. Confirm removal. We won't need. Drag leave road. Sorry, drag leave row. We will need, because that's putting the Gantt chart row destination on it. We won't need that because it is actually just that. So we're just going to change that, and we're just going to put that in like that. Like so. All right. Drop we'll need. However, at the moment, oh, it's a can be destination. Oh no, that's a bit different because everything can be at the parent level. So we don't need to worry about that. We need to double check conditions. Okay, cool. So we'll need to, I'm just going to put in a console log in here and be like drag to parent. So that's perfectly fine. I can't really read right now. Get the Gantt row ID. Get the object URL. We won't need. Get the status list. We won't need. Handle vertical move. We're not moving it. Modify end date. We're not modifying end date. We're not modifying start date. We're not bothering with mouse down on this. Update Gantt chart. We're not bothering. Update status. We're not bothering. Get the status list. We're not bothering. Set timeout. Tooltips. We're not bothering. So yeah, this is a very small motor we'll be using that we're not using. All right. Okay, it's compiled. I don't see it down here. So we're going to go to the components. We're going to go to the Gantt chart. We're going to open up the Gantt chart. We've got the config provider. We're going to open that up, and we've got render Gantt blank row. So that's actually the bottom one. All right, cool, sweet. So if I actually open that up, and I'm like Gantt row parent. All right. That's working perfectly fine. Now, the margin bottom, I don't see that in here anymore. But that is fine. Because this renders stuff out now. So if I hover this over here, we've got a problem. Yeah, we know. It's going to have issues, being like this can be destinations, not a function. Yeah, we'll fix this all up. But the idea is once we hover over this, it will create a gray zone, being like, hey, you can add this up to your parent and stuff like that. Which we'll probably actually do need that can be destination. on. This can be destination is not a function. Who is calling that? Ah, it's right there. All right. Yeah, we'll put that back in. So. Alright, is that or this dot nd parent object type equals undefined? Return false. Alright, cool. Alright. So, in some cases, what we've got to do is we've got to think about what cases where we do want this to be false. So one case would be if we're dragging this task back on itself. And I think that's it. Everything else can go in there. So what we need, we can actually write this out really smartly. We don't need an if statement in here whatsoever. So what we need is a const requirement array equals exclusionary exclude array equals. Then we open up an array, we have null, we have this, we have undefined. Alright, cool. And then if, actually it's just a simple return exclude array dot includes, and it'll be this dot md parent object type. So if the parent object is the root element itself or any of these three different conditions, yeah, just say no. So if I hit refresh, I grab this and aha, it doesn't let me hover over it or anything like that. But if I do that, presto, it lights up with that one and it'll light up with that one. And then, yeah. All right, cool. So it can be destination, that's working perfectly fine. As for the drag, leave row, that's working perfectly fine. This one is working perfectly fine. The drop, we now need to implement this. So, we've got constant element, document get row by ID. Once again, we know what this is. Get row parent, element, class list, remove. Yeah, alright, so that's just removing that class from there. That's perfectly fine. We understand what this is doing. So handle this. So those are all filtering for it. This will have to be 0. And this. Okay, now we wait a little while. Yep, it should have been done. So if we move this one, this project down to here, boom, as you see at the top, and it takes its child with it. The child's still a child of it. Boom, and we're like, all right, done. We do need to get the sort order correct with this. We need it to sort order everything by the start date and the end date. We'll get that done fairly shortly. I think you sucks with the licking. She's like, ugh. Ugh, you taste weird. I think you suck. Ugh. Ugh. Right. On the window you go. I'm going to put that as a bug because we keep forgetting to do it. Sprint sort order not implemented. The sort order for the sprint functionality has not been implemented. All right, cool. This should be sorted by start, date, end date, title. I'm going to say this is a bit of a major one because it is a key feature. Okay. All right, we are getting close to finishing this. So what needs to happen now is we need to handle the duplicates. So for example, this QA task can't go up here, otherwise we create something like that, which we don't want to actually happen. Well, if we still, that works perfectly fine and we're happy with that. We might want to be like, all right, cool, that goes into there, and then be like, oh, no, whoops, I meant to put it into there and stuff like that. So we need to actually, yeah, implement something. Anyway, ad break is on. I'm going to be right back. I need to actually get a charger for my iPad. It is running out of charge and I need it for the video screen. So I'll be back. And I need to go to the bathroom. All right, I am back. I'm just gonna click back on the workstation. Yep, everyone's back. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. Sorry, my iPad is running out of charge. Okay. Ooh, my knees. I'm getting old. Okay. There we go. Sweet. Oh, it's at like 27%. I'm just like, oh, let's get to the point. Even though if I go for an hour from here, I don't think I will last that long. It'll definitely die out. All right. So we've got the ability to now add it up to the top. We're happy with that. We've just done that. We've done that. All right, cool. I now need to implement cases where we can't do certain stuff. Okay. All right. So, first off, let's go and let's do the top one. Render blank get row. So with the drop, what we got to do is we got to write a check. Check object can move, like so. And what we're doing is we're getting a count of objects. So if there are multiple instances of the same object on the sprint, the user cannot move this object to the root level, as an object can exist on the root level as the object cannot be can only be a child element or a root element, not both at the same time. Okay, cool. So what we want to do, Gantt chart view. It's just that. Whoa. So we can do it here. This is a simple getter, or we might need the state and payload. Okay. And it's going to be this. All right, so we're getting the state data. We don't need to take a copy whatsoever. What we can actually do is state.Gantt chart data. We can access it directly. The condition, pass int, row, and all that kind of stuff. That's perfectly fine. And then we just go length at the end. And then we just go return. And that's it. That's as simple as it gets. So we're just passing through an object ID and an object type. And we're like, all right, cool. Count all of these. Count Gantt chart data by object. All right, easy done. So going into here, if all right, we just need to go return. Count Gantt chart data by that, and then we put through oh no, I've done this wrong. Yeah, I've done this wrong. Yep, there we go. All right. Alright, so what I've got to do is I've got to call it with a particular functionality. That's pretty easy. Object type, and then yeah, it's the same sort of thing. We just call it from down here. So it won't be state, it will be quite literally. So we're calling it with. Ooh, all right. So we drag and we drop. Yeah, it's the MDs. All right, cool. So scrolling back up here, that will be simple. This dot MD object ID. This dot MD object type. This in itself, if it equals is less than or equal to 1. Object can move. Can object move? All right. So if there's only one instance of it on up there, then yeah, it can move. It's the only thing. If there's 2 or more, no, we can't move it to the root level. So then we go down here. So can object move? So not this dot can object move. Return. All right. I'm gonna add. Actually, I'm gonna add in a to-do. Add in the ability to notify the user why this cannot move, and we'll do that with the toasts in a minute. That's why I'm doing it like this. All right, so we're gonna wait a little while. Everything's successful. All right, cool. So this particular project can move perfectly fine. They're done, but this task should not. All right. I am going to grab this. I'm going to go const count equals this. I'm getting in the count. Then console log count. And then I'm double checking this code. So condition 1. Row.object ID, we're passing through object ID, object type, yep, all right, cool. And conditions equal the same, and then we're grabbing the length. But what I want to do is I want to get rid of that for a second. Come down here, we've got the count, and then I'm going to add in the length here. Now, that's terrible code. We should actually be having that code up at the VueJS, and the reason being is we're quite literally saying count Gantt chart data by object, and we're literally saying we're going to return a count. Now, that's really all fine. That should be all fine. That should be now fine. Everything's fine. It just took a little while to compile. So if we move this project up here, we've got a length of 1. If we move this task up to here, we've got a 2s. All right, so now I'm going to go dot length here. I'm going to go back here. I'm going to remove this length here because we don't need it anymore. Now, in theory, we should be getting 2 for the second one. So if we move this one to here, I've got to wait 6 seconds. Sorry, guys. There you go. We've got a 1. And if we move this to here, we've got a 2. So that can move, object move. Oh, I didn't move that time. Oh, sweet. It's not moving. Alright, cool. I must have seen something wrong or done something wrong. Alright, cool. Now, this is where I might go this dot $storage dot dispatch. And we're dispatching a new toast where the heading will be cannot move object. Message would be object can't move as there are other instances of the object. Object can't move as there are other instances of the object under as child objects. Alright, cool. Extra classes is going to be background, danger. Delay is going to be 0. And I think that's it. So we're going to wait a little while. We're going to hit refresh. And we're going to be like, alright, cool. Let's drag this down here. Boom. Object can't move as there are other instances of the same object. As there are other instances of the same object as child objects. As children. Objects. An object can only exist at root level if it is the only instance. There we go. And that pops up and, ooh, all right, there's a little bit of a warning. So I'm going to give it a couple of seconds and then we're going to hit refresh again. And that's, all right, cool. So we're going to move this one. We're going to be like, boom, and be like, all right, cool. That didn't work. Why? Object can't move as there are other instances of the same object as children to other objects. Okay, that's terrible writing. Let's cheat. The object can't move because there are other instances of the same object, children of other objects. An object can only exist at the root level if it's the only instance. Alright. Can you make it easier to read? No, it's failing. No problem. So what we're going to do, comment that out. We're going to be like, alright, cool, message. An object can't be on the root level if... object couldn't move. Can't be moved. Object can't be moved as it isn't the only instance of that object on this object. Objects can't be moved as it isn't the only instance. Alright, object can't be moved as it isn't the only instance of that object. An object can only exist at root level if it is the only instance. Alright, cool. Waiting a little while. Gonna hit refresh. And we're gonna move, oops. we're going to move this down into here. Sorry, object can't be moved as it isn't the only instance of that object. An object can only exist at root level if it's the only instance. Cool. And thank you very much for the follow, Fat Air 90. So welcome. Okay, so I think that would be a good solution for the moment. In the future, we might implement the dialogue and be like, all right, cool, this is how this particular dialogue is going to work, and click on it, and then you've got options and stuff like that. But I think this will work for the moment. So, sorry, I'm just also thinking about the other one. The other one is where we move this into here, and we don't want it to actually happen. We're going to have the same sort of modal pop up. So we need to go into count Gantt chart by object. Now, we could send this up and then be like, all right, cool, and send this back and then do... Sorry, I'm trying to think. I could potentially redo this and have it so it's only used once, and then we handle a filter. I think I'm going to have to do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. The reason why I'm changing this, it'll make sense in a little while. So okay, cool. So I just wanted one endpoint in the Vuex. I didn't want to create multiple different things, and I think this will be also useful if we are getting just one particular bit of information. So that's why I've left it, done it like that. Get Gantt chart data by parent ID, parent object ID. Yeah, that's fine. We should have get single row. Oh no, get chart data by object. Yeah, no, that makes sense. All right, cool. So with the render Gantt row, we want a similar thing. Can object move? So we scroll down. We do this, and then let's add in a couple of comments. So if the object already exists in the location we want to go to, we will flag that it cannot be moved here. Alright, cool. So what we want is we want a const. What are we calling it? Object data, aren't we? Object list. That might be a best idea to do here also object list and then object list dot length. It's going to be easier that way. All right, so we've got object list. This $store dot get object. It's literally just this. Alright, so we've got our object list. Now we've got to apply a filter to object list. So I'm going to go const count equals object list dot filter. And we're doing a simple row where the current parent row, which will have something in it, so that will be fine. So const condition 1 equals oh, sorry, I was meant to do one other thing. Okay. I'm going to finish stream up in a couple of minutes. Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting everything ready. So the condition 1 will be the row.parent, and I am going to snooze that ad because we should have plenty of ads. Yeah, we've got 20 minutes, Twitch. Come on. Parent object ID. So we need to pass in this. Equals pass int this.md parent object ID. Condition 2 equals row dot parent object type equals this dot md parent object type. Oops. It's not the MD, it's the object type. It's this particular row that we're actually looking for. It's this. It's this location that we're looking for. Alright, so we're returning condition 1 and condition 2. Here, we're actually returning count equals 0. And we've got to put in a length here. Okay, cool. So can object move? That should be it. And then we got the drop. And then if this dot can object move, and then it'll be return if it can't. It will return automatically if we can't. So this $store.dispatch new toast, and then we've got header error cannot move object. All right. Sorry, object can't be moved as there already exists an instance of this object within this location. All right, cool. I think that's it. No, you just joined. That's okay. I'll be back on Friday. So, yeah. And how are you going, Wurtfat Air? I don't know how to pronounce your name correctly, so do feel free to correct it. So I'm just going to refresh. So if we grab this task, put it into here, boom. Sorry, object can't be moved as there already exists an instance of this object within this location. All right, sweet. Okay, I'm actually quite happy with this. Now, we didn't get to diagnostic upload test does not fail correctly, but we're, I'm going to say ready for retesting for this particular one. Definitely needs a lot of testing. So remove static. Bug fix. right, cool. Anyway, we've done quite a lot this evening, and I'm quite happy. So yeah, this functionality is now getting there. We just need to test now. We just need to be like, all right, cool. We've got to do this, 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 and this. So yeah, I can automatically see a bug, but we can fix that very, very quickly. So that would be to do this first. So we just paste that in like that. And yeah, that's also going to affect this one too. So we just paste that in first. And that is fine. So we go git status, git add, git commit, quick fix, removes the Gantt chart row destination. Removes the Gantt chart row destination. Gantt chart row destination. Quick fix removes the Gantt row chart destination at the start of the process. Alright, cool. Anyway, I am going to say let's end it there. Let's go visit a friend of the stream. There we go. And let's rate them. Anyway, thank you very much everyone for coming tonight. It has been wonderful. We've been streaming for how many? Just over 5 hours, which is quite a long time. I don't usually last this long, so yeah. Thank you very much everyone, and I do hope you enjoy Shingikan. Oh, Kian.
Graphics. Let me remove this line.